Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call this School Board Awards and Presentations meeting to order. The time is 5:30. We are in the Joe N. Idlet Junior Teacher Education Center. Dr. Moore, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do have a number of presentations as we are going to remind ourselves why we do this work as our students come in. I'm going to turn it over to our Public Information Officer, who I do not see. Yes, I do. There she is. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Maddox.
Hi, good evening, everyone. We have a full line of presentations tonight, and I am excited to say that we are starting out with our Oslo Middle School Jazz Band under the direction of Mrs. Michelle Hastings.
5, 6, 7, no.
All right, let's give them another round of applause. Thank you so much. We're going to give them just a minute to pick up their equipment and make their way out.
Well done.
Thank you.
Dun, dun.
Gotta be careful not to drink too much.
That's really good for a middle school. We'll be taking a few breaks.
Put the drum set tomorrow.
I need to get those chairs out there for people. The chairs.
So for our next presentation, we are starting a new recognition at our board meetings during our award and presentation section. And we will be doing a student spotlight and a safety and security staff recognition. We're calling these our Shining Star students and our Shining Star staff members. The student will be nominated by SDIRC staff members and participate in an SDIRC extracurricular activity, show outstanding achievement, and go the extra mile for their school and peers. We hope that this monthly presentation highlights the positive impact SDIRC extracurricular activities and those students participating in them have on our district. Mrs. Hastings, are you coming back out? All right. We need her for this next student spotlight because we have someone from our very own Oslo Middle School Jazz Band who's receiving our first student spotlight. Mr. Seymour, would you ask Mrs. Hastings to please come out? Mrs. Hastings, she's back there. Okay, so as we're getting our last pieces of instruments and drums out of the way here, I'd like to ask Mrs. Hastings to come up to the podium, please, to introduce our student spotlight.
This is my book. You got a pen, okay?
Thank you, guys.
All right. All right. Good evening. First and foremost, thank you for allowing us to perform for you tonight. Our students enjoy any opportunity to perform and to show their talents to the appreciative audiences. When I was asked by Sarah Milliman to nominate a student for the Shining Star Award, I truly had to think about which of my 8th grade students I would nominate. This group of 8th grade students have overcome so much in the past 3 years and have really shown fortitude to continue to excel in music. They fondly refer to themselves as the COVID kids because they began 6th grade with no introduction to beginning band. We had no summer camp, and instrument fitting to properly choose an instrument for them, we were not able to do. So when we started school that fall, they actually just came in and we were like, what do you want to play? And we let them play it where we would normally sit down and work with their physical attributes and stuff. So they had to sit, when they came into the band room, they had to sit at 6 feet intervals, spread across the band room that sometimes looked like a black hole had opened and swallowed chairs due to quarantining. They weren't able to sit close to each other and work on some of the most basic band elements because, again, we had COVID that first year. They didn't have a winter concert, a spring concert, an end-of-the-year trip, amongst other things. All the events that make the band become a community and family, their 6th grade year they didn't have. Their first concert was the 7th grade year at our combined Bandorama concert with Gifford Middle School. It was a Halloween concert we had just started. This group, having had no experience at all, then went on to receive superiors at the Florida Bandmasters Association's musical performance assessment in the spring of 2022. They had never been to MPA, so to go to something that they didn't know what it was really about and to be successful was quite an achievement for them. All of the 8th graders have shined as a star in one way or another, so to narrow it down to only one student was a very arduous task, and one that I did not take lightly. The decision to pick this student was based on several aspects of being part of the Oslo Middle School Band and what makes a shining star shine. Attitude, academic fortitude, dedication to not only the program but the school, and the desire to be a part of something that is bigger than an individual. A student who goes beyond what is required of them to make the whole group successful. Someone who is kind, empathetic, and compassionate, not only towards adults, but students alike. Someone who enjoys making music, listening to music, and sharing their love and talent with others, and always willing to help out. After looking at all of these qualities, I realized that the student who best emulated these traits on a consistent basis was my 8th grader, AJ Freeman, on alto sax, bari sax, and guitar. So this is AJ Freeman. He did not know he was getting this award until I dragged him up here just now.
We are proud to recognize the work of our safety and security team each month. We will be celebrating staff members who work each and every day to ensure our students and campuses are safe and secure. For our next presentation and a nomination coming from our safety and security team, I'd like to ask Mr. John Teskey and Mr. Eric Seymour to please come to the podium.
First off, as a former Wildcat, I want to give that group another big round of applause. Thank you. And I see another former Wildcat in here, Dr. Long. Where did she go? There she is. And I got to say, extracurricular activities, that's the fun part of my job. And you see the benefits of it. Now, let me say this too. We have a group of individuals, our safety monitors, that do a great job each and every day. And I am so proud of these guys. So we wanted the community to know what these guys are doing. And this special person here is a communicator. And if you know anything about him, that's what he does. That's his role. And because of his talents, he's been able to deal with matters that possibly could have gone in either direction. But I got to say that this individual deserves a big pat on the back. And that's why we are recognizing this person today. In addition to that, we have about 26 monitors on each of our campuses. And some of those individuals are law enforcement, former law enforcement. So that makes it just that much better when we have individuals like this that can work well with our SRDs. Also with our school safety coordinator, Mr. Teskey, we recognize the talents of these individuals. Yet we know we have work to do, but our goal is to continue to train and drive these individuals in the right direction. And I think we're off to a great start. Mr. Teskey.
Well, that pretty much sums up what great things Mr. Floyd has been doing. We are a see something, say something school district. Our campaign is to always report things as soon as possible. And with his extensive background in law enforcement, his knowledge of students and coaching and mentoring young students, they trust him. His reactions save lives. And just to put it plain and simple, he reacted quickly to quell a situation that could have become very, very serious and dangerous on one of our campuses. For that, we are forever grateful to Mr. Floyd, and I know his administration sitting next to him is very grateful for his actions as well, too. He assisted his principal and assistant principals and school resource deputies about a month ago at Vero Beach High School, and it did not go unnoticed. When we created this award, you're at the top of our list, Mr. Floyd, and I know I speak from everyone in here. We're very grateful and blessed to have you at Vero Beach High School, so thank you.
Also, we have some of the Vero Beach High School staff here, Mr. Greg Aarons and Mr. Mark Harris as well. So they're going to join us in a photo with Mr. Teddy Floyd.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations. So we have several individuals in the audience tonight, and if you look around, you'll see some familiar faces of our law enforcement officers. Thank you for that pause. I needed it for a second. Let me grab these. So if you didn't know, Law Enforcement Appreciation Day was on January 9th, and National School Resource Officer Appreciation Day was on February 15th. We have over 35 SROs and SRDs who are overseen by Captain Milo Thornton and Lieutenant Justin Knott for Indian River Sheriff's Office. And they are all serving our North, Central, and South County schools from Indian River County Sheriff's Office, Vero Beach Police Department, and Sebastian Police Department. Our officers from Fellsmere Police Department not only make a huge impact in the city of Fellsmere, but in the lives of our students at Fellsmere Elementary School. All our dedicated and hardworking SROs keep our students, staff, and campuses safe and serve as positive role models and mentors for students of all ages. We would like to thank them today and every day for their service to our district. So we have just a very small token of appreciation. When I call your name, if you would please come up to the front and stay up at the front so we can get a really nice group picture. Sergeant David Bailey. Deputy Ian McKay. Deputy Carlos Negron. Deputy Ron Bear. Deputy James Barkwell. Deputy R.T. Williams. Deputy Kaylee Ward. Deputy David Ragley. Deputy Anthony Maraca. Deputy J.J. Kane. Sergeant Roderick Smith. Deputy Andrew Dean. Deputy Tim Miller. Deputy Mark Howder. Deputy Sean Primavera. Deputy Eric Carlson. Deputy Mark Bertel. Deputy Mike Snowhill. Deputy Tiffany Welsh. Deputy Shannon Dean. Sergeant Ron Garrison. Deputy Pavo Manus. Deputy Sean Negron. Deputy David Pardon. Deputy David May. Deputy Larry McCullough. Deputy Robert Bonby. Deputy Eric Getchell. Deputy Todd Cleveland. Deputy Andrew Seabrus. Officer Charles McFarland. Officer Randall Slattery. Thank you. Officer Hector Hurtado. Officer Sean Daly. Officer Al Rosemond. Thank you. Officer Eric Rapps. Thank you. Thank you. And I'd also like to recognize, with Vero Beach Police Department, we have Captain Matt Monaco and Lieutenant Dan Cook, who also oversee our SROs and SRDs. If you would please come to the podium. Thank you. Go on right up front. And with Sebastian Police Department, Sergeant Todd Finnegan and Lieutenant Vafiades. Sorry, wrong one. There you go. Was I close? I tried. I'm sorry. Okay, and can't forget our very own Captain Milo Thornton. And Lieutenant Justin Knott. And last but certainly not least, we have all of our leaders here. Sheriff Eric Flowers. Chief David Curry. Chief Keith Touchberry. And Chief Daniel Acosta. We could get a nice group photo of everyone, please. Off the heart.
Undercover.
Okay, we need to keep it among the.
Get closer.
So we can make windows.
Squeeze.
Okay, we have everything. All right, ready? One, hold your sixes. 1, 2, and 3. One more. All right, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
I know about
Thank you.
Outstanding, sir.
Thank you, guys.
Go to dinner, enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Kristen,
Thank
bring
you.
us home.
So we haven't had a board meeting since a couple days after our gala. So for tonight, our video is going to be our gala recap video. We just wanted to share how much fun that night was. So let's go ahead and play.
Career and technical education is all about opportunities for our students, allowing them to pick a pathway that can lead them into college readiness or a career trajectory right from high school. career and technical programs offer our students real-world application right on site at our schools. Whether they're in a biotechnology lab, working on drafting for architectural design, or flying drones with our aerospace technology program, the students are immersed in learning from the minute they enter into the career and tech classrooms.
Career and technical education is important because it teaches kids the real-world work experiences that they need when they leave high school and beyond. Things like communication and problem solving, decision-making, teamwork. All of our career tech programs teach those types of skills that you wouldn't necessarily always get in a regular classroom.
Some advice I'd give a student hoping to do a CTE program is to just work hard. The CTE programs at the school require hard work, and then with that hard work comes payment of skills after high school.
A lot of these students aren't realizing college isn't for everyone. Maybe they want to go to trade school, or maybe they want to go straight into the industry. If you have the drive to actually learn from someone and you're teachable, industry will pick you up and you can go anywhere in some of these jobs.
It's a lot of fun, it's very creative, you learn a lot of skills that you could use even if you're not going into the culinary aspect of life after high school. I also got my SurfSafe certification for food management. Just gave me a lot of information on food safety and a healthy environment for future customers in a workplace.
CTE programs give our students power and they give our students flexibility. Students enter any one of a number of programs and they can come out on the other end and be college bound. They can come out on the other end and go immediately to work. They can come out on the other end and start their own business. The state of Florida has been excellent in providing numerous opportunities for grants and for strengthening programs, helping immediate vacancies in the local workforce. And they've created opportunity for our students that they didn't have before.
At Treasure Coast Technical College, we offer high-quality workforce programs which equip students with the skills they need to start a career or pursue other college opportunities. A lot of our programs are designed to prepare students to go out into the workforce to hold positions such as practical nurses, welders, HVAC technicians, phlebotomists, nursing assistants, and medical assistants, all areas that are in high demand right now in Florida.
We are so fortunate to have such incredible programs here, both at Vero Beach High School, Sebastian River High School, and Treasure Coast Technical College. In fact, both of our high schools had over 500 certifications through our career and tech programs last year.
We have so many different programs to meet the needs of all of our children throughout our entire county. To ensure if they're going to college, we have that for them, but we also have these vocational programs that ensure we can meet their needs and have them ready to fulfill their dreams that they have for themselves.
So that was not our gala, just in case you haven't figured that out. Although equally exciting, that video was created for our CTE month. And hopefully that gave you an idea of some of the really exciting programs that we have going on in our schools so that students can continue their path after high school. It may not be college for everyone, and we have some amazing programs for students to participate in. So we will have that gala recap video for you at another time because I don't think we have it ready right now, but we have already released it on Facebook, so make sure that you check Facebook, Twitter, and our YouTube channel to watch the gala recap. Last but not least, we have our Casual for a Cause presentation, and if you don't know what Casual for a Cause is, for a small donation each month, we like to recognize an organization, and our students and staff members for that donation, they get to dress down for a specific day of the month. Our calendar is voted on every summer by our principals. We have people that call in throughout the year and ask to be on the list for consideration. So if you have an organization or know of an organization that you'd like to see on this calendar, please do not hesitate to reach out to be placed on that list for consideration. But we would like to recognize Gifford Youth Achievement Center, and we have Miss Angelia Perry and Mr. Freddie Wolfwork here to accept our check. Please, would you come to the... And The students and staff members of the School District of Indian River County together raised $2,122 for Gifford Youth Achievement Center, and Storm Grove Middle raised the most money at $497.10.
Yes.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the students and families we serve at the Gifford Youth Achievement Center, I'd like to thank Dr. Moore, members of the school board, staff and students of the school district for this award. We are very appreciative of the funds that we've received. We just recently celebrated our 25th anniversary, and for 25 years we've been in partnership with the school district to be Best Buy Kids, and so we are grateful for that continued support. I just want to quickly introduce a couple of folks that I brought with me. Dr. Deborah Taylor Long, our board chairwoman. Mr. Freddie Woolfork, who needs no introduction. Mrs. Denise Smith, who's our student support specialist. And last but not least, Mr. Jay Lundy, director of our youth employability program. So thank you so much for this donation. Okay, sure, pictures.
Freddie hangs under the checks, right?
Don't let go of it.
Okay. Everyone can just, in the front row, take a couple steps to the right.
There you go.
To the right, to the right, to the right, to the right.
There we go. All right, ready? 1, 2, and 3. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation. 6 minutes over, but when you have so much to celebrate, what can you say?
Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Dr. Moore, Ms. McMillan for these wonderful presentations. Thank you to everyone who is recognized tonight. We can't do it without you. We're going to take a 10-minute break for the room to clear before we go into business meeting. So this meeting is adjourned. We will start again at 6:16. Call this meeting to order. Good evening and welcome. The time is 6:16. The date is February 27th. We are in the Joe N. Idlet Junior TEC for the business meeting today. Would you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the colors by Vero Beach High School, ROTC.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Quiet, please. Okay, good evening, everyone. At this time, I'd like adoption of the orders of the day. Are there any items board members wish to move from consent to action? And board members, number one, I'm going to be moving 10A, the racial equity policy, from consent to action. Ladies and gentlemen, please. Thank you so much. We want to do this in a good way. And any other board members moving anything from consent to action?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Ms. Rosario.
I'd like to move 8F to action. And I'd also like to add to a discussion item, social and emotional learning.
Thank you. Any other board member for
Yes.
discussion?
Yes, I want to add two discussion items, cell phones and middle school concept.
Thank you, and I'm going to add to discussion Robert's Rules of Order training for the school board. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We really need to have it quiet in here. I appreciate everyone being here, but it just has to be that way. Okay, at this time, Dr. Moore, we have a proclamation on Black History Month.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I turn it over to Ms. Dampier.
Through the chair. Good evening. We're so pleased to have an item on the board agenda with honoring Black History Month, February 27, 2023. At this time, I'm going to call Dr. Shafty up to announce the participants that will be presenting this proclamation tonight.
Good evening, through the chair. Tonight I would like to bring to the podium Mr. Tony Brown, President of the IRC NAACP, and Mr. Kevin Browning, Education Chair of the IRC NAACP, as well as two members of our work group.
Proclamation honoring Black History Month, February 27, 2023. Whereas February has been nationally designated since 1976 as a time to recognize and celebrate the contributions and sacrifices made by African Americans of the past and present, as well as gain insight and inspire progress for the future. And whereas historian Carter G. Woodson and other notable African Americans launched a Negro History Week celebration in 1926, the annual observance grew to honor the achievements by Black Americans and other people of African descent. As whereas in 1976, as part of the nation's bicentennial, Black History Week was expanded and became established as Black History Month and is now celebrated all over North America. And whereas Black History Month is an important time to celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by African Americans to this nation's cultural diversity, social equality, and economic contribution, and whereas African American students make up 19.3% of staff, 10.7% of the school district of Indian River County, where we celebrate Black History Month and the many contributions of African American educators, leaders, engineers, servicemen, and women, as well as many others who have demonstrated extraordinary courage, talent, and service to our schools, as well as our community. And whereas the graduation rate for African American students continues to increase, which is indicative of our students and families accessing quality educational opportunities provided by our organization and using it as the foundation for a successful post-secondary career and quality life. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the School Board of Indian River County, Florida, that we designate the month of February 2023 as Black History Month, adopted this 27th day of February 2023.
Okay, we need a motion.
I'll make a motion.
In a second?
Second.
All in favor of the proclamation for Black History Month, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Mr. Browning, we appreciate you. Okay, next, Dr. Moore, is a report from the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and for the sake of time, I do not have a presentation this evening.
Okay. All right, at this time, I'm going to read the guidelines for citizen input. We have quite a few members who are speaking tonight. A lot of them are just on the general citizen input, but they are on an action item. I will call you up at that time. And if I make a mistake, there are 40 of them, please just correct me and let me know you're going to come at a different time. Each statement made by a member of the public shall be limited to 3 minutes duration. Persons will be recognized in the order in which the requests were received. The time shall start when the speaker is at the podium, and the school board attorney will be the official timekeeper. You will hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. Persons may speak up for 3 minutes at the beginning of a business meeting during citizen input as indicated on the order of business, and for up to 3 minutes to each action item during the action agenda. And each board member discussion item is indicated on the order of business. Persons may only speak once about any given item. The time period may be extended by the presiding officer. Only the individual submitting the speaker's form is allowed to address the board. Time may not be yielded to another speaker. During the meeting, please refrain from clapping or outbursts of any sort so that we can proceed with dignity and with decorum by not infringing on any individual's First Amendment rights. I need to remind everyone to direct all comments to the chair, not to individual board members or the superintendent. Board members may or may not address any citizen input statements at the end of all the citizen input comments. As board members listen to citizens without interruption, citizens are asked to give board members the same respect. As per Florida Statute 1001-372, the presiding officer of any district school board may order the removal from a public meeting held by their district school board of any person interfering with the expedient or orderly process of such meeting, providing such officer has first issued a warning that continued interference with the orderly process of the meeting will result in removal. Speakers shall not engage in personal attacks or abusive language. Chairperson has the right to terminate any speaker's privilege to address the board if the rule is violated. Again, we appreciate your support and decorum. Okay, for our regular citizen input, I'm going to call the name and then name who is second so you can be ready. The first one is Stephen Dean, and then Bonnie McDougall. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Stevan Dane. I am a community organizer with Faith in Florida, but I'm also a father. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Indian River community. One of the things that I do as an organizer, I speak to people in the community of every group, of every community, and I hear what they're concerned about. And one of the main things that keeps coming up is education. Tonight, I would like to stand in solidarity with our school board members who has recently come under their attacks. We have a responsibility to protect those who have been assigned to protecting our children. As an organization that protects family across the nation, Faith in Florida, and in this case here, as I said, I'm standing in solidarity with Dr., I don't know if I can call names, but Dr. Peggy and Mr. Barefoot there. There's been a recent attack on Black history, on our children, and my concern as a father who has a son in the district is that at some point our history, and especially the history of African Americans, will be whitewashed. And instead of us learning and healing from the past, our children will repeat that. And that is not what we want. The school board office and position is a nonpartisan position. It is not a place where that can be used to exploit or to be exploited or to be used to further somebody's political agenda. And neither should our children be used as pawns in the game of chess. We are coming here today as a community to ask all of you, I'm not speaking to one of you, I'm speaking to all of you as the board members, to do what we elected you to do, and that is to defend and to protect all children, from people who are bullying them. And I said that coming from all levels, being bullied, and to make sure that all of our children, regardless of race, color, religious, sexuality, that they all receive a free and a fair education. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, our next speaker, Bonnie McDougall, and then Mara McDaniel. Thank you. Please hold your applause, please.
Thank you. For years now, the roles of trained educators and professional politicians have bled into one another, so that educators sometimes air their political views and politicians try to write curriculum. We are now at each other's throats over some of these blurred edges of responsibility. For instance, Governor DeSantis claims he rejected an AP course in African American Studies, whereas the College Board claims it made its own revisions before it received the DeSantis rejection. What stands behind this rejection? The governor has said he does not see African American history as separate from American history. But surely, ancestors coming to America as slaves or free people defines different histories. Further, why is there such furor over an elective? Students do not have to take this AP course. Can the politicians of Florida say this AP course is in violation of Florida law while allowing residents to choose enrollment in, for example, Seton Home School, which espouses a Catholic curriculum using Catholic textbooks? These are very important issues, but not why I asked to speak today. I want to suggest an alternative to this brutal boxing match we have about racism. This is not solely an American issue. Many Chinese and Indian texts, for example, have a profound emphasis on a preference for fair skin. Americans did not make racism. The entire world for centuries led to this foulness. But Americans can see ourselves as having a special opportunity to end racism. I am referring to the vision of the man I consider the voice of our century, James Baldwin. He lived a gay man's Black experience in America and abroad. These words, so generous and visionary, are in the last paragraph of his great essay, Stranger in the Village, and this is a quote. One of the things that distinguishes Americans from other people is that no other people has ever been so deeply involved in the lives of Black men and vice versa. It can be seen that even when the worst has been said, it must also be added that the perpetual challenge was always, somehow, perpetually met. It is precisely this Black-white experience which may prove of indispensable value to us in the world we face today, end quote. He is saying, isn't he, that it can be us, Americans, who can end racism. So why don't we quiet our strident voices? Why don't we accept Baldwin's view that we Americans, Black and white, have a history like no other, a history that can allow us to celebrate his triumphal hope that Americans can be the ones to end racism and so do
Thank you,
and
Ms.
so
McDonald.
honor the promise of our beloved land.
Thank you very much. Mara McDaniel and then John Carapi.
Hello, my name is Mar McDaniel, and I'm a student here in Indian River County. Uncomfortable, a 4-syllable word. Some people like to use that word to describe the books you are all planning to ban. What topics do you think make them uncomfortable? The LGBTQ? About 10.7 million people in the US identify as LGBTQ. So I'd say that's pretty normal. How about single home families? About 24 million families in the US are single home families. That's about normal too. Maybe it's the sex in them. Just about 750,000 minors get pregnant before they even turn 18 in the US. So I would say us kids really know what that is. The word uncomfortable doesn't seem like the right word they are trying to describe. I would say shunning is the correct word. People want to see these books banned because they are trying to shun these topics because it's not their version of normal. We beg you to stay open-minded and don't be quick to ban these books. We deserve more. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, John Carapi. Please don't clap or we're going to take a break and start again, please. Thank you. John Carapi and Jennifer Pippin.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
TGI Now, isn't it a great TGI? Thank God it's now moment right now with everybody here in this room for the community support and all kinds of causes. Well, we have one thing that's going on in this community that we have to be very, very mindful of, and that's the mental health of our children. Mm-hmm. I've been coming and speaking out about the mental health of our children for almost 2 years now. I met with Dr. Moore, I've met with Terry Barenborg, I've met with Mr. Seymour and Mr. Bass as well numerous times speaking about these things and having to talk about how we can curb the bullying and the violence in the schools, because we know it's worse than we've ever seen in this community. I have to say, we've a lot of people here grew up in this town. There's a lot of violence going on in our schools, and we have to be mindful of it, because God forbid something happens to one of these staff members, because I don't know if anybody saw that video of the staff member that got tossed like a rag doll in one of the schools here in Florida. And I don't want to see that happen in this community. And I've been coming here, and I'm only one person, I'm only one man, a concerned citizen and taxpayer that comes to these meetings and speaks about these things, and even got fired for his job for speaking out about the mental health of the kids 2 years ago when we knew this was going to happen. This is the cleanup. This is what we got to do. We got to clean it up. And if something does happen in this community like this, I want to see all these people in this room, just like this, to gather for the same causes, because God forbid that happens to anybody, because you know this is a very critical time in our country. And we got to be mindful of that. And like I said, I'm the only one person. It's not about me. It's about our community. I've lived here my whole life, And a lot of people here have too. And this is the most people we've ever had in this room for this every meeting we've had for the past 2 years. This is the most we've had in this room. So let's support what's happening in our community. Think about what's happening with the code of conduct policy. Look at it. Think about it. The board's going to vote on it next board meeting. Think about it, look at it, decide what you don't want to see in these schools so that we can make sure that nothing happens to these kids. Because I don't want to see it. We've already had it. We had one kid kill himself this year, and I said it was going to be suicide. And it happened. Why did it happen? There was things that were going on with these kids, and we have to be mindful of it. All right? I just want to make sure that people see that in this community. This is a form of people that can understand what we're trying to accomplish as a unified group of people. To realize that this is what we have to do as a community. It's we the people of this community, not we the people of this fringe group and that fringe group. It's we the people of this community, the community of Indian River County, Vero Beach, Gifford, Wabasso, Sebastian, you name it. It's all the same. It's all part of it. So let's support it and get out here all the time at these meetings, this many people. This is what we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crappie. Jennifer Pippin and Cindy Gibbs.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Pippin, and I'm the chairman for Moms for Liberty Indian River, Florida, and one of the co-founders for We the People of Indian River County. And I wanted to speak today on the DeSantis hit list or target list. I don't like that the media is calling it that, and DeSantis didn't call it that. We're holding our elected officials accountable. You represent the community. And if you're not protecting children and putting children and families in the best interest by parental rights and children, you're not doing your job. And you see all the news outlets here, I'm sure you're getting lots of calls. When we tell you you're breaking the law or you're not following the governor's orders or the health department orders, it doesn't stop here. We're sending that information to our elected officials in Tallahassee. We're sending it to our representative, our senators, like we're supposed to do as citizens. So if it falls on deaf ears here, it doesn't stop here. It goes up to further government. Unfortunately, a lot of things and issues that happened here in Indian River County the past couple of years fell on deaf ears. The mask mandate that violated the governor's orders, the two people that are up for re-election in 2024, you voted for that. We told you it was breaking the law. You voted to put pornography, sexually explicit content, and critical race theory back on the shelves a year ago this month. We're not allowed to read the books that are currently in our children's libraries because it's obscene, but you voted to put those books back on the shelves. And guess what? We went through legislation, and we have a new parental rights law in education now. We have a new library vetting committee, and those books are going to be permanently removed. They will be permanently removed. Okay?
Quiet, please. Thank you.
So I know one of you asked in the news, how does DeSantis know our voting records? Again, we sent all that information to him because he can't know what's going on in 67 counties. It's our job as the citizens to let our elected officials know what's going on. And you know what? If you always followed the law and you always followed the rules, you would have nothing to worry about. But this case, again and again and again, we're getting letters from the Department of Education. We're getting letters. There's been multiple Department of Education letters that have come to this board that said we're not in compliance. There's 2 we currently have now, and I know they're getting discussed later. So what we ask as citizens is to follow the laws, follow the rules, respect parental rights, and be best by all children and not just some children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. Cindy Gibbs, and then May Asensio. Thank you, Ms. Gibbs, and then May Asensio. Shh.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm also a parent. Not every parent has the same point of view. I know that you're elected officials, and I'm very impressed with the background of the 2 people who are currently on that targeted list. And there's no air quotes. It's all over. We know that it's a targeted list. We're talking about somebody who has served decades to public education, always with kids, all kids, every kind of kid in mind, and families and teachers. The chair of our board is the shining star of equity in sports and athleticism, and make sure that everyone gets included, regardless of ability. If that's not about all kids, I don't know what is. I went to the Prism concert. I got to go twice this year, and at both nights, we talked about how the chair of our board has been awarded, honored, with the Florida Music Education Association Distinguished Service Award in Music Education. That is a person who shows up and does the work. Mr. Barefoot has decades of business experience, and I'm so sad that he hasn't been able to really use that experience here to drive the way business should be happening in this school district. There are so many people in this room that are so tired of this nonsense. I just heard about all the discipline problems. When are we going to focus on that? Nobody's hitting each other with books. Nobody's even touching the books. They're not getting checked out. Can we please move on to something that is actually valuable, like, pardon me a moment while I access it, the School District of Indian River County School Board mission statement. Academic success, ensure high quality, equitable, standards-based instruction for all students. Equity, culture, and climate. Cultivate a safe, respectful, supportive school environment, which are equitable and inclusive. That's impossible when the adults in the room are threatening each other. Communication and engagement. Establish connections and trust among all internal and external stakeholders. That's everybody in this room that works for the school district and all the other people who are stakeholders too. There's more. Talent and development. Build a culture that attracts, develops, and supports the continuous growth of all employees. Our teachers can't quit fast enough. What are we doing to keep the good people? Organizational and fiscal responsibility. Efficiently use district resources, not based on frivolous lawsuits, to enhance learning and ensure financial stability. Please, let's work together.
Thank you, Ms. Gibbs. We have May Asensio and then Logan Gieslin.
I will be brief, as I do not want to take time away from parents and others that also want to voice their concerns here today. My name is May Asensio. While I do not have children currently in the Indian River County school system, I did raise 3 children, all grown adults now, and I was a teacher in the Orange County School District. I'm speaking to you today as a concerned citizen and urge you to listen to parents in this county that are requesting a review of certain books in our schools. Children or minors under the age of 18 are not allowed to purchase cigarettes, liquor, Playboy or Hustler magazines in our local stores, or walk into a XXX theater unchecked and watch a movie. However, there is currently in our school libraries, which I have seen and read, that have quite explicit sexual language and illustrations in them. I recently also learned that this school board does not allow the reading of passages from these books in these public meetings, dubbing them as obscene. Truly, I was surprised at this, and it is the reason that prompted me to speak up today. How is it justifiable, ethical, and indeed moral to have books in our elementary, middle schools, and high schools with words so offensive that they are prohibited to be spoken in a public meeting? Would you say the same thing about the pictures that appear, the illustrations that appear in some of these books if I show them to you? Would you be offended and ask me to put them away and keep them hidden? Then why do we have them available for underage children to view? What happened to protecting our children's innocence? In conclusion, I have 3 simple points. Number 1, I urge you to listen to the parents here trying to do the right thing in protecting their children from topics that are too adult-like and mature for their age. It is their right as parents to protect their children from words and pictures that they are not yet mature enough to process. Number 2, I want to express my support for this board's policy and procedures regarding these books and urge all of you on the board to please support it, but more importantly, to deliver on it. I thank you all in advance, as I am assuming that you will all do the right thing and remove books from our school libraries that include mature sexualized content. These books should be vetted and reviewed and removed. And last, I urge you to edit the citizen input guidelines so that parents and the community may have meaningful and fruitful discussions on this topic. Nothing is accomplished by putting our heads in the sand so that you don't have to see what is happening. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Logan and then Marie Stiefel.
My name is Logan Tripson Giesland. I was born in Vero Beach at the hospital on Old Dixie, and I graduated from Vero Beach High School. I want to thank you all, and Brian Barefoot in particular, for taking an active interest in education in Indian River County. In my mind, your efforts are thwarted by politicians polarizing public education and weaponizing literature for political gains. It's time some of the citizens and parents of Indian River County woke up. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, we have Marie Stiefel and then Diane Parentella. Thank you.
Marie Stiefel, resident of Vero Beach. I would like to commend the members of the school board, and particularly Chairperson Peggy Jones, for their maturity and good sense in the face of recent challenges. They could have hidden behind their education degrees, those teacher certifications, master's degrees, and PhDs that took years to finish, adopt a we know better than you attitude, and dismiss the concerns of parents. But they did not do that. Rather, they put together a committee of educators to look at all the books on the list. And they asked, was this big? The questions are going to be, is the book appropriately placed in the library? If not, take it out. If it's in the right, is it in the right library? For example, some books are in middle school libraries, but really belong in high school libraries. And then they can move them. What is commendable is that they handled and are handling a highly emotional problem with rationality and common sense. Moreover, a process is being established that will be used again if other book titles are questioned in the future. That's a step toward constructive problem solving. Problems inevitably rise when dealing with such a complex enterprise as public education. By starting with a spirit of goodwill, by saying we can do this together, we can establish structures to deal with these contentious issues so that they become the foundation of a more solid, harmonious educational system. Thank you, Chairperson Peggy Jones and all the school board members for being grown-ups in the room.
Thank you, Marie. Diane Parentella and Susan Bromwell.
Good evening. During your August 29th board meeting, I came before you to advocate for the PebbleGo and PebbleGo Next resources that my students used last school year. Last year, my students accessed over 13,000 articles using this great online database through Capstone Press. One of the areas of need at my school for students to improve their ability to read informational text. Our first graders just completed a study of habitats where each student selected a habitat, did research. Last year, they got to use PebbleGo. This year, they did not. When thinking about my speech tonight, I went back to my Capstone resources for inspiration. Here's what their research tells us. School librarians are matchmakers. They are experts at matching students with just the right books and teachers with just the right resources. But that is just the beginning of their expertise. We at Capstone are proud to support school librarians in their vital work by developing books and digital tools that help them promote in their students a lifelong love of learning and the critical thinking skills to become savvy digital citizens and consumers of information. We join our voices with theirs, advocating for equity and access for every student in every school. Research repeatedly shows that students who are exposed to quality school library programs staffed by certified school librarians achieve better educational outcomes. In fact, 34 statewide studies confirm links between consistently provided findings that a positive relationship between full-time qualified school librarians and scores on standardized-based language arts reading and writing tests, regardless of student demographics and school characteristics. Having a qualified full-time school librarian that provides reading incentive programs as well as planning collaboratively with classroom teachers has a beneficial effect on test scores and helps to create not only more confident readers, but also helps students become more independent readers. When students are able to self-select what to read next, their reading performance excels. School librarians aid in this by helping students find the right books and encouraging reading for fun. A study found that 30% of students aged 12 to 14 and 19% of students aged 14 to 16 say that school librarians are among those who give them the best ideas about books to read for fun. Student reading for fun leads to independent readers, which leads to student academic success. So now that you are setting policy for purchasing library materials, let's make sure the process is not so drawn out that our students never again have to go without new books in their libraries for over a year.
Thank you. Susan Bromwell, and then Susan Mihel.
I'm Susan Bromwell, a 20-year resident of Vero Beach, a graduate of Duval County Public Schools and the University of Florida. I taught public schools in DeKalb County, Georgia, and Fayette County, Kentucky. In recent months, I've read about undue and negative pressure focused on our public schools, and I'm here to thank and congratulate you. As residents of Indian River County, we should be proud of the dedicated professionals that educate and enrich the lives of our school children. So thank you, school board members and Superintendent Moore, for your steady leadership. Please extend my thanks to the teachers, administrators, and support personnel for their commitment in providing the children in this county a quality education. And lastly, I'd like to extend congratulations to the Indian River County school system for having the 4th highest graduation rate in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Susan Mihel, and then David Dinan.
Good evening. I thought we'd review some duties of elected officials. 1, you should err on the side of too much transparency, not too little. For those of you who are expert in education law, if meetings are held about parent input from the meetings, and from those meetings came recommendations approved by the board and implemented by the superintendent, experts, I'm asking you, should the meetings be in sunshine? You should use common sense as elected officials. The Library Book Review Committee did send you recommendations, which you did approve. And the superintendent did implement using district staff. You knew their meetings were not held in sunshine. They were not fact-finding, air quotes I understand, meetings, and you expect, and all of the experts knew it. When all of it was pointed out to you, you still refused to admit that they were held illegally. You have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this county to use their dollars wisely. In ignoring the obvious, whatever the reasons, you wasted taxpayer money and time, because now the district has to answer the legal challenges. Those attorney fees should come out of your pockets, not ours. And because the consulting attorney was clearly in the wrong, maybe it should come out of hers. And you need the means to call her out on that. Common sense tells us the only way to cure this is to review the books again in sunshine. And that arduous task the one that you hailed the last superintendent for struggling through in the darkness, that time and trouble is not ours. I have to add for the record that I've read a couple of things lately. No one I know asked that books about Harriet Tubman or Roberto Clemente or any other historical figure be removed from our libraries. In fact, we want kids to be taught all of our history, particularly about those people of color who struggled, who were courageous, who studied, and who achieved. No one wants to divide us except those with an agenda. Lastly, I would guess most of us in this room stood and pledged our allegiance to the American flag. One nation, only one, and under God. We don't divide people by their color of their skin, and we recognize one God, one higher power. And when we all get back to those premises, our kids will not suffer, and we ask God to help us. Thank you.
Thank you. David Deenan and Karen Hiltz. David Deenan and Karen Hiltz.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm here to make some general comments about the downstream effects of the political theater that's swept through school boards and across education throughout the country these last few years. What I want to share is the perceptions that my children are developing from many sources, whether it's friends at school, media, home, or the public. We all have hundreds of interactions every single day, and all of those interactions affect us at some level. And if this is what my kids are getting, I wonder what your kids are thinking about. Both of my children attend public school here in IRC. My eldest son, who happens to be African American, turned 10 last fall. He's smart, athletic, generally sweet, and learning personal responsibility. A family member gave him a book as a birthday gift, I'm Ruby Bridges. It's a short, level-appropriate book, and it gives a unique perspective on a momentous event in American history. Here's the interesting part. It was written by Ruby Bridges herself, and it was written from her perspective as a 5 or a 6-year-old. This was intentionally done, and it makes it approachable for young readers, and it also tells the story from her experience. It does not contain an adult analysis. It keeps the adult side out. So we read it before bed on his birthday, and when I asked him about how he felt about the book, he could recount the story and the events, which he thought were a little bit incredulous, but he already knew the history. But I was dumbstruck by his last comment, quote, "We could never read this book at school. This wouldn't be allowed. It talks about racism." I'm going to repeat the words of a 10-year-old to everyone in this room. This book wouldn't be allowed, okay? This book wouldn't be allowed. We could never read this book at school. It talks about racism. And again, remember, I already told you, it's from a child's perspective. Nothing about the angry parents or all the other shenanigans. We'll come back to that in a second. Because my other son, who's 9-year-old, also asked me the same question a few times this fall since school began. Can we talk at school yet about our family? Now, my kids are just kids, much like anyone else's. So what I say to everyone, and I mean everyone in this room, is that we all need to think about the effect this divisive rhetoric, political posturing, and ranting over the last few years is having on the most fundamental level. It does, in fact, filter down to our kids. Whether it's attempted book bans or words or topics that can't be spoken, it has an effect and not a good one. No one can be claiming to do best by kids or bettering education when these are the conclusions that 2 kids in your school district are drawing. Now, the board and the superintendent do have to follow the law to the best of their ability, I get it, but we as the public have a moral responsibility to really think about the downstream effects of attention-grabbing headlines, publicity stunts, and angry rants about non-existent boogeymen. All this nonsense drains our school systems even further, so it can't actually focus on academics. Out of 35 member countries in the OECD, the US ranks 30th in math and 19th in science, and all of this dumb drama is not going to fix that. So everyone needs to realize that supporting, promoting, or seeking ill-thought-out, vague legislation and regulations is doing more harm than any problem it supposedly fixes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Karen Hiltz and, Paul Crespi.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Karen Hiltz, Sebastian resident. I want to address policy, and will submit written feedback regarding 2 policies on the agenda tonight, 5780 and 5780.01. Policy isn't arbitrary. It should not be based on feelings or political agendas. Policy should always be based on the rule of law. That's why our founding fathers created a constitutional republic not a democracy. I'd like to share a policy experience I had during my time as one of 8 elected school board members in Virginia, as I believe it's good to learn from others' experiences. Our superintendent recommended amending a homeschool policy by adding additional requirements. As you can imagine, this didn't sit well with homeschool parents. As the sole member that supported school choice, I was contacted by several constituents. A review of Virginia State Code confirmed what is required. Discussion during our meeting included me informing my colleagues that if they want to make a change, they need to do it correctly and work through our state legislators to modify the law, not arbitrarily impose additional requirements via local policy. I'm sure you won't be surprised when I tell you the vote was 7 yeas and 1 nay in support of the policy changes. Then a lawsuit was filed, which made its way to the Virginia Supreme Court. The ruling stated, upon examination of the relevant statutes and constitutional provisions, it is clear that a school board's authority to adopt regulations for the supervision of schools means for the supervision of public schools, not home instruction. In addition, the ruling stated, a school board may adopt regulations not inconsistent with state statutes. It's important to understand school boards are an administrative body, not a legislative body. This forced the district to retract the policy changes in order to align with the law. This exercise, in what I refer to as the aspiration for power and control, is an example of government overreach, along with unnecessary expenditure of tax dollars and resources. Therefore, when you decide that policy needs to be changed or updated, it would behoove the board to always ensure it is based on and aligned with state legislation and statute. It should never conflict. Lastly, if the board intentionally invests time and resources, it should seek to minimize unintended consequences. I would also recommend that policies be enforced consistently and consequences are clearly communicated regarding noncompliance with consistency. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Crespi and Tammy Bogart.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Paul Crespi. I live in Vista Royale up in US 1. And I moved down here from Weymouth, Massachusetts about a year ago. I'm now a full-time resident of Vero and a voting citizen of the state of Florida. Massachusetts was the first state to allow same-sex marriage. And it opened the floodgates for the whole LGBTQ agenda. And now I come down here and I see that you folks are fighting over it in the libraries. And I want to encourage you to take these books out of the library. All this is being done in the name of inclusion and diversity. And it's in a better time in America, this would be called sin. And it's an affront to the Lord Jesus Christ, and God will not be mocked. And that's what's happening here. I want to warn parents who have children in the school system, grandparents who have grandchildren in the school system, to lean on your elected officials. Tell them you don't want this in there. This is a detriment to the kids, and it's not going to help their education. On a personal note, my own marriage was blown up by the LGBTQ agenda, and it's a terrible thing to go through. But I just want to encourage you to get these books out of the library. And I want to leave on a personal note. I want to quote scripture from the Bible, from the Christian Bible, the book that we all used for generations, which produced the most prosperous and productive country in all of history. It's out of the book of Luke, chapter 17, verse 2. It says, "It were better for him that a millstone were hanged about his neck and he cast into the sea than that he should offend one of these little ones." And they are being offended by this agenda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Crespi. And now we have Tammy Bogart and then Ryan Blade.
Good Good evening. I'm here this evening as a concerned citizen and taxpayer of Indian River County because both of my children are adults and have graduated from Indian River County schools. However, I do have friends who have small children, a couple of whom I'm very close with. And the two issues that I want to address are the violence in schools in Indian River County and bullying. I have two friends who have children currently in Indian River County schools who are being bullied mercilessly, and it is being handled very poorly. I have an adult daughter with autism who was bullied mercilessly herself in junior high, so badly that I had to remove her from school and homeschool her for 2 years. It affected her health adversely, and one of my friends, her son, is not only having mental health issues because of this and severe anxiety, but also it's affecting his gastrointestinal health, and he's missing school because he is terrified to go to school. I know that the Code of Conduct meeting is not going to be addressed until next month's meeting, but I am asking you, pleading with you, to please take this seriously. Please discipline these kids, intervene. You are the only means for them to be protected. And right now, parents don't feel like they're getting the support that they need. I also had lunch with a young lady who's attending the Freshman Learning Center, and I was shocked when she was describing to me what she's witnessing and experiencing at the Freshman Learning Center as far as violence, students threatening one another, and the fights, and more importantly, that there are students videotaping these fights who are not being disciplined. I don't understand why this is being handled so poorly and not being taken seriously. So I ask you to please intervene. These students need your help and your protection. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bogart. Ryan Blade, and then we have Dr. Mara Schiff.
My name is Ryan Blade. I'm a county resident. Right off the bat, I want to say as a resident, I support all the items tonight on the agenda. As for the education issues at hand, I found it's been about keeping education at its core, not putting ideology into education. Given that I am almost 25 years old, I'm around the age where I may end up having children at some point. I certainly would not want to put my kids into the school district with the things I have seen. There's absolutely no way I would. I also want to say too, as the vice president of the Vero Beach Young Republicans, I've been tasked with starting high school clubs here in this county. I've actually had a request come from somebody from the local party to get the high school groups going again as they were many years ago. The past couple of times I've attempted to find a student to start these clubs, they've been either hesitant or the parents don't want those students having those clubs because the kids are scared or the parents are scared of retaliation from other peers or perhaps even teachers. I'm only going off what I've been told. I would certainly hope, given that we do have technically a Republican majority on this board, I would hope that wouldn't be an issue. And I also like to say as well tonight, I do stand with John Carapi, Moms for Liberty in Indian River, Florida, and all the conservative residents who have spoken tonight. And yes, the fighting, I know that there is some stuff being done to hopefully resolve that, but it does need to be resolved. And I agree with John on the mental health situation. It's even because I'm the older end of Generation Z. The younger end of my generation, it's still in school right now. And I have to contend with the younger generation coming through as I age and I get older. I certainly do not want to see any more children really across the country having to fight with the various mental health issues that go on because of the hostile environments in schools. Granted, I did not grow up around here, but I experienced what that hostility was like when I grew up north in Connecticut. I certainly would not want any child to go through what I went through or what any child here now is going through. And I certainly hope that everybody in the community can get together to resolve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Schiff, and then Chris Allen.
Hello all. Still getting used to being this side of the podium. I want to speak to three things tonight. I'm going to attempt to speak quickly. First, as are all of you, I am very tired of talking about books, but I'm going to do it again anyway. The culture of exclusion created by the removal of books targeting anyone who is other than white, heterosexual, and generally Christian is not a good look. There's a meme going around that says the ones who decided to ban books are never the ones who came out on the right side of history. While you play semantics and say challenged books rather than banning books, let's be real. What does this communicate about the kind of community we are and we wish to be? If you are not, nor have ever been, a member of an excluded, marginalized, or persecuted group, you don't actually get to say what that feels like. Do we want a culture of inclusion and welcome, or do we want exclusion and marginalization? Do we want to further demonize teaching and reading in our schools, or do we want to encourage kids to get everything they possibly can out of their education? Number two, thank you, through the chair, Dr. Jones and Mr. Barefoot. I, probably more than anybody else in this room at the moment, knows what it's like to sit up there and knows what that feels like. I know what this job takes. I know it's not always fun. I know it's not always easy. And I know that it is subject to constant accusation and personal attack from others with limited information, awareness of law and policy, and it is made even less appealing when you must ward off blatant attacks from others who think they can and should tell citizens of Indian River County how to think and how to vote. The governor's hit list, let's be real and let's be clear, is a blatant usurpation of local control and expansion of government interference into local decision-making. It should be up to the citizens of Indian River County to select their representation without interference and propaganda from the state, and their unelected, unappointed, extra-governmental advisors. It's unconscionable that you should have to suffer these attacks from the governor and others, and I, for one, support and value you for your impartial, unbiased, and unpoliticized work, and I thank you for that. Lastly, for those who are not paying attention, this is an issue that has not been talked about much, and while it's not a school board issue, it is certainly a state issue. Bills HB 1 and SB 202 allow school choice vouchers and flexible savings accounts as the wholesale transfer of public education tax dollars into private hands with little or no accountability or standards. If you determine that it is for educational value, you can buy a TV, you can buy a PlayStation, you can buy a new desk, and so on. There is no income threshold on these bills as they're currently presented. A family with 5 children could be eligible for up to almost $45,000 or nearly $8,000 per child to put those kids in homeschool or private school irrespective of household income threshold. Do you want our Indian River tax dollars to foot the bill for private schools irrespective of income threshold?
Thank you, Dr. Schiff.
I'll see you
Appreciate
again
it.
later.
Thank you. Okay, Chris Allen. Thank you, thank you. Chris Allen and Melissa Burdick. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Allen with We the People, Indian River County. And as a parent, I wanted to say my full support for the governor's woke list. Through the chair, I remember when you and Mr. Barefoot voted to violate the governor's executive order, as well as going against the Surgeon General's directive and forced mandatory masking on children without parental opt-out. The district got a letter from the Florida Department of Education about this, saying that you were wrong. I also remember when the board decided to violate Sunshine Law in order to allow pornographic books back into the hands of school children. And the books are so bad, Ms. Pippin wasn't even allowed to read them in a public meeting. Every time she tried, it was stopped. So you can't say that it's good for students, but not good to read in a public meeting. And also, it looks like the board got a letter from the Florida Department of Education stating the violation of Sunshine also. I just wanted to say that these 2 school board members have not done best by children, should not be reelected for these positions. I came to every meeting for 2 years to only have 1 school board member listen, and I'm happy now that there's another one that replaced the person who was here last. I wholeheartedly agree with Governor DeSantis' analysis of the actions of these 2 school board members up for election. It seems that the state still listens better than our own school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Next we have Melissa Burdick and then Anthony Stewart. Thank you.
Hi, good times, huh? All righty.
Good evening.
So part of the education crisis is the lack of qualified teachers and teachers. We have a deficit of minority teachers especially. So what can be done to boost the current numbers? Sorry, I'm following a lot. First, reduce the time it would take to get the accreditation. Students who wonder what 4 years of college would do for them could be attracted to the teaching profession if they could see a salary coming towards them in less time. Push dual enrollment as a quicker path to earning a living. The more credits acquired in high school, the less time and dollars it takes to get into the teaching ranks. If a young person can get into college and take credits right now as a teen, then it's assumed they are intelligent enough to teach. That's a stretch, but not too much of one. They're ready for on-the-job training at the very minimum. In addition, appeal to retirees in the community, showing the appreciation of experienced people who have already been teaching families for decades. Life skills count. We all know the numbers of retired professionals in Indian River County. Let's get them off the golf course, into the classroom, and it could be way more rewarding than playing and shooting 100 again and again and again. I think barefoot, you know what that means? I don't, okay? We may not have a city vibe here to attract lively young folks, but that's what the many newcomers here want. Indian River County is not Tampa, it's not Orlando, and God forbid, it's not Miami, but we need to work with what we have. If you want a disco, take a cruise, head to Orlando. To get the seniors into schools, we can also push the changes in licensing of the school grads. Governor DeSantis has just expanded the teacher pool by allowing veterans to teach without the 4-year teaching certification. Great idea. They've done some college, but they're looking for a rewarding career. We have life veterans all in this community. We need to use them. Finally, accept these young folks who do want to stay in the community and who have shown ability to pursue academics. People who have degrees in teaching might not be able to tell you what they learned at a relative teacher school after a 4-year liberal arts degree. And even those with master's degrees cannot tell you how it applies to the first day in a public school. You just can't teach that. I know, I was a teacher. We're not asking to lower the standards. Just give credit enough to be able to stem the tide of current educators fleeing the profession. Pay newcomers in increasing increments to keep them interested. With cooperation from the administration and continual training, especially for the young high school grad or the life skills grad, Indian River can reload and we can stop this hemorrhaging. The theme of qualifying as a licensed teacher without a Harvard education shows how it is possible to increase the numbers of professors and professionals in this community today. We can start now. Sorry, what I'm saying is,
thank you.
Shout out to 3 nonprofits, Vero Beach Rowing, Crossover Mission, and Victory Kids,
Anthony
who do
Stewart,
amazing
Edward
things in this
Holmes.
community
Okay,
and work
thank
together
you.
in spite of the differences.
Thank you. Thank you, Anthony. Okay, Anthony Stewart.
Yes, good
Then we
evening.
had
I have
Edward
some
Holmes.
handouts I want to give to each of you all. And I like to say to Dr. Barefoot and to Dr. Jones that when I read in the paper what Governor DeSantis said for you all, I had to refrain myself from shooting fireworks because I knew you was on the right side of history. You will be on the right side of history. I want to share with you all something. I talked with Dr. Moore. He threw a joke at me, telling me that he hadn't seen me since my radio show, and they sold a station. And the last two programs we had, I dedicated to a guy by the name of Christopher Mad Dog Russo. And I think that we all need to know who Christopher Russo really is. He was the first person in America that attacked critical race theory. There's a whole, I've given you his biography here, and I hope that you will read this because we can understand who he is and what his intent is. First of all, I thought he was attacking critical race theory, but I found that he really is attacking public education in America. He is being funded by a group of billionaires, and he's using far-right extremist groups like Moms for Liberty and other groups to attack the public education system. DeSantis, last month, appropriated $2.6 billion from the public education funding to go toward this private education theory that they are trying to build. In 2020, he allocated $200 million toward it. There are many things that this guy has said. I'm talking Christopher Mad Dog Russo. And his whole intent is, I thought it was to attack critical race theory. His intent is to attack the public school system, and they're going to privatize it and make all kind of dollars for his billionaires, oligarchs who are backing him. And if we don't stand against this, the next thing he's going to attack other systems, other institutions, and we'll wind up being an autocratic country. He has fashioned his educational theory after the Prime Minister Viktor Orban out of Hungary. And Viktor Orban is the person who has changed Hungary's education system. He has added anti-Semitic books.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Stewart.
require them
Thank
to
you.
use them. I
Thank you
hope
very
read
much.
those.
Thank you very much. Edward Holmes, Wanda Mosley.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I am a little perturbed because of the fact that we are all discussing critical race theory and the ramifications of whether it's taught or whether it's not taught. To understand critical race theory, I've lived in Indian River County for 61 years. Both of my parents were educators right here in Indian River County. My mom for 36 years, my dad for 37 years. No one has to tell me about the importance of critical race theory because I've seen it. We're coming up on our 50th class reunion, and our class was a litmus test of integration, living together, graduating together after 4 years together. Our elementary schools, all of our elementary schools, our pictures that we're gathering for our reunion all show segregation. There will always be a question is, I don't understand what the problem is. I don't know why they're so disenfranchised about what race truly is. And if these things are not taught, then we have a generation that will never, ever understand the plight of people who have been suffering, who have seen this firsthand, and I have. Governor DeSantis with Rufo is trying to say that, and you'll see it in the packets that you were given, that having the LGBTQ and the critical race theory taught in school is going to turn our schools into a hunting ground for teachers, for educators. And that's so far from the truth until it's ridiculous. So what we would like to see is an effort made to educate. To educate by definition is to give intellectual, moral, and social instruction to someone, especially our children. My children will never know what we went through, but they can learn what we went through as a race, as a country, because it's important. It's absolutely important that this knowledge be passed on to generations that come after us, so that there is an understanding and that there can be something congruent about the relationships that we have with each other, despite the color, despite our differences, despite everything. And it's just something that's passionate and very important, and I think that it needs to be changed and addressed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holmes. Wanda Mosley, and then we have, Reverend Dr. John Beccario. I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Wanda Mosley Scott. I'm a graduate of Vero Beach High School, 1980. Went to the U.S. Navy, retired, 21 years. I'm a professional soldier, I say. I'm also a business owner, a couple of business owners, a part of the Mosley Family Groceries, which is 62 years old. And They're still active and very much part of this community. I'm a mom, grandma, and an advocate, activist, and all of those things. I wanted to just share a little bit. This was also given out to you about the new school curriculum raises eyebrows in Orban, Hungary. The anti-Semitic author will soon be compulsory reading in Hungarian schools, and history books will be rewritten to promote pride in the nation. Viktor Orban controversial new school curriculum is drawing outrage. I just wanted to share this. It's pretty thick, but I'm not going to go through all of that. Along with the controversial new bill that greatly increased the power of Hungary, far-right Prime Minister Viktor Orban, which has been described as by critics as a power grab, the country education system is also facing reforms reflecting the government's nationalist propaganda. When Orban presented the new National Core Curriculum, NAT, at the end of January, nobody suspected that 2 months later, all schools in the country would remain closed until further notice. The coronavirus crisis has particularly brought Hungary education system to a standstill. Apart from a few exceptions, homeschooling is currently not working in Hungary. I'm just saying that because I'm a little nervous. A teacher, Mihaly High School in Budapest, told DW, the state online learning platform regularly breaks down. Many teachers and students do not have access to stable internet connections or laptops, especially in the poor regions of the country. It kind of reminds me of Gifford, just a little over 2 years, the last 2 years.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
My goodness.
Okay, Dr. John Bacchiano and then Anthony Brown.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Could we pause a moment and bow our heads as I recite the student's prayer? Almighty God, we acknowledge our dependence upon Thee, and we beg Thy blessings upon us, our parents, our teachers, and our country. Amen. I think tonight we could all agree, for one thing, that we would certainly love to see American education become great again. History has proven that when a nation and its people recognize the omnipotence and sovereignty of Almighty God, there is blessing, favor, and protection upon her and her people. Psalm 33:12 reminds us that blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. On the contrary, when a nation and her people turn their back on God, then the opposite occurs. Two historical points I'd like to make tonight quickly to remind us. The first is related to the prayer that I just prayed from the 50s and the early 60s. That prayer was opposed by that non-sectarian prayer was opposed by 5 parents, and it made its way to the Supreme Court and led us to the removal of prayer in our schools. One can look back at the detrimental effects that took place upon many aspects of the students and their schooling because of lack of prayer. The second point was when the United States Department of Education was placed into power in May 1980. Statistics also show us the devastating effects that have come upon our American education as well. It's my hope as we seek to work together to transform education that we would reestablish the concept of common sense. Thomas Paine wrote a famous 16-pamphlet series entitled The American Crisis, and he signed it Common Sense. We're certainly in the midst of an educational crisis in our country. And our overreaching Supreme Court in 1961 and the establishment of the United States Department of Education have only produced our nation and our education system the bitter, rotten fruit of tyranny. In his pamphlet, Thomas Paine wrote, "Tyranny like hell is not easily conquered, yet has yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain to cheaply see, we esteem too lightly. 'Tis dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article of freedom as it should not be highly rated. My hope and prayer is that as we move forward together, looking at law and policy and procedure, that we would do so through the heart and mind of common sense. Our children, parents, and teachers deserve it. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Anthony Brown, and then we have Mr. Kevin Browning.
Good evening. Anthony Brown, President of the Indian River County branch of the NAACP. I come before you this evening sad, dismayed, and conflicted. I refuse to be angry. I will not allow stupidity, ignorance, arrogance entwined with racism to control me or my emotions. Ladies and gentlemen, our educational system in Florida is under attack, more specifically in Indian River County. My concern tonight is more about Indian River County. I will preface what I have to say with censorship and First Amendment. My focus is the targeted Dr. Peggy Jones and Brian Barefoot and the repeal of the racial equity policy. Those of you who sit behind the dais are responsible to us, the citizens of Indian River County. You must represent us holistically. You are not allowed to play partisan politics with the lives of our children, especially my black children. My first concern is that I have not heard one of you stand in support of Dr. Jones or Mr. Barefoot. I must ask, is it political fear, ideology, or simply self-survival? Today is Dr. Jones and Mr. Barefoot, but don't close your eyes. Tomorrow it may be you. It reminds me of a story where Hitler went to get the Jews and no one said anything. When he came to get the Polish, there was no one to say anything. Collectively, board, you members have the power to alter the course of this runaway train. You cannot strongly or adequately represent my children from a position of fear, agenda, or political partisanship. Are you truly here to serve my children? Racial equity. Why are you all even considering the repeal of this policy? Do we, African Americans, deserve equity, equality, and inclusion? Or do you consider us irrelevant, unimportant, undeserving, good for nothing, or without worth? As a result of this biased and insensitive political climate in Florida, I'm inclined to believe you're motivated by political fear, going along to get along, and to be accepted by the warped, racist, bigoted, and biased atmosphere in Florida. I must remind you that you are seated at that dais, pledged to ensure the educational success of all children, not a privileged and selected few. When you objectively look at the recent attacks on education in Florida, one must admit they all appear to be racially motivated at a minimum or have racial undertones. I must ask you, as an elected board member, why is there power to change? I will close with saying, do you really care about my children?
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Kevin Browning, thank you. And then Thomas Kenny.
Good afternoon, Chair, Dr. Jones, board members, superintendent. Dr. Jones, Mr. Barefoot, thank you for a job well done. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for navigating all this craziness that you have on a daily basis. But now it looks like we have a new kind of craziness that has absolutely nothing to do with making the school system better. You know, one of my favorite movies is The Dark Knight, when Alfred tells Batman that some people just want to see the world burn, referring to the Joker. Well, it looks like we have the Joker today who wants to see Indian River County burn for his own political gain. He has no plans to improve the standing of Florida in education, no plan to make school facilities better, no plan to improve public schools for all kids. But notice that the plan is to give away money from the public schools to other areas, and the plan is not to increase the salaries of support staff nor the teachers. Their plan is to attack teachers and call them groomers, stress them out on the job, make them feel like they can be sued for actually teaching. Teachers and support staff, be careful for what you vote for, because these people who are trying to attack the school board members also want to pull the money out of public schools. And that means less jobs for you, because they'll have to cut jobs when they give the money away. They're attacking any student. They just feel that they can do whatever they want to do. And finally, this plan, the latest one, is to attack one of the most highly revered leaders, principals, and school board members that this county has ever seen. Dr. Jones has led schools with thousands and thousands of students, improving their lives with all kinds of innovative programs. And there's not a person who comes with her background and experience and cares for kids. So I'm here to state emphatically, she's for all students, and we support Dr. Peggy Jones 100% of the way. Dr. Jones, this community loves and respects you, and your record is well known and respected. Now here, board, you did the right thing with the equity policy, but I know there are some dark hearts who want it gone. Keep this policy that protects all kids. Wordsmith it if you must, but keep the policy. And just in case the phonies didn't know, the Lord Jesus Christ loved everybody. As a matter of fact, he disliked the hypocrites. He said, "You hypocrite, who warned you of the wrath to come?"
Thank you, Mr. Browning. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Thomas Kenny, and then we have Michael Marsh. Mr. Kenny?
Sorry, TV. How y'all doing tonight? I'm just going to get to the point. September 2021, the chair brought forth an idea to limit public comment. We started at 6:15. It's now almost 8 o'clock. The first 30 minutes would have been allowed. Most of you would have been able to speak if she had her way. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk about critical race theory. Critical race theory, in the book Critical Race Theory, an Introduction, written in 2001 by Richard Delgado and Jean Stefanik, the authors clearly state the intentional undermining of the very principles that inform equality. The authors write, unlike traditional civil rights, which embraces incrementalism and step-by-step progress, critical race theory questions the very foundations of the liberal order, including equality theory, legal reasoning, Enlightenment rationalism, and neutral principles of constitutional law. They go on to say, critical race theory contains an activist dimension. It not only tries to understand our social situation, but to change it. It sets out not only to ascertain how society organizes itself along racial lines and hierarchies, but to transform it for the better. At best, in my summation of this, critical race theory would say the Constitution is nothing more than a conspiracy for racial hierarchies. Ibram X. Kendi, I went to the library, got this book. Some of you know it. I'm going to read from his book. This one won't be banned here. It's not in our libraries anyway. A racial policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial inequity between racial groups. An anti-racist policy is any measure that produces or sustains racial equity between racial groups. By policy, I mean written and unwritten laws, rules, procedures, processes, regulations, and guidelines that govern people. There is no such thing as a non-racist or race-neutral policy. This is where this argument comes from. Critical race theory. Every policy in every institution, in every community, in every nation is producing or sustaining either racial inequity or equity between the races. So in order to get what he would want in his book, you would have to shut down the school system. Plain and simple. You know what's really bugging me? Earlier, this gentleman brought in a book by Ruby Bridges and held it up. None of those books have been challenged.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny, Michael Marsh, and then Bob Lipton. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the circus. I am Michael C. Marsh, advocate, father, and community healer. Woke. If that means I'm aware that people are trying to steal my rights from me or my children, then consider me wide awake. If there was a Mount Rushmore of Indian River County School Board members through the chair, then Doc Jones should be the first one there. In 2024, through the chair, Doc Jones, Mr. Barefoot, get me the poles and I'll dig the holes, baby. Bullies. We talk about it with our kids. What about the adult bullies? We talked about all this legal stuff. Can I tell you a legal story? Yes, I can. I got this nasty email from our school board attorney. You know why? Because I do public records requests. Because we live in the great sunshine state where there's no darkness. And what happens? I get this email that says, Mr. Marsh, you committed a crime. What? Me? No. Guess what happened? Our sheriff's office, my sheriff, the one that was horrible REC people tried to kick out, investigated Michael Marsh. Guess what? Guess what? I was cleared of all charges. So when do I get my email that says, Mr. Marsh, we're sorry? Guess what? It said in there, the board, that's collective. We learn these terms, right? The collective board sent Mr. Marsh this email. There's only one problem. That 3 school board members said, Mr. Marsh, we didn't say to send this letter. And we can't be upset with the school board attorney. She does great work. Or the superintendent. Wonderful job there. But as a father, I was almost taken away from my kids by a school board member, a radical right one, that wanted to take me away for public record request. It's disgusting. We heard about who's next. Well, just recently, vice chair, she was targeted. But guess what? I see her on the dais. So, I will take being woke as a compliment. But school district in Indian River County, it's time to wake up. Let's talk about that local fringe group before I leave. Moms for Bands says we don't co-parent with the government, but apparently we co-parent with the governor though, huh? Shh. Now I learned 3 branches of government, legislative, executive, judicial. I ain't the smartest, but with 4 degrees, I think the governor's part of the government. Just maybe. For my last 30 seconds, I want to pray. And that is, I pray that the division stops, that the partisan politics, the pandering to local small-minded fringe groups stops. Stops. There's 3 places that there's no room for politics. Our education system, in church, and in nonprofits. Guess what the school district of Indian River County is? Thank you very much. Once again, I am Michael C. Marsh, your advocate, father, and community healer.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Our last person on consent, and this is before we get to action, is Bob Lipton.
Thank you for allowing me listening to all of these voices, including mine. I appreciate it. I have the feeling that no minds have been changed tonight, and that's sad. Closed minds are a problem. I have a closed mind in the sense that I'm positive that I'm right, that books should not be banned. But I'm not proud of having a closed mind. Anybody who does have a closed mind, if they're proud of it, they've got it wrong. That's a problem. Curiosity is a good thing. Having the facts is a good thing. The way to get facts is to read as many viewpoints as possible. And speaking of viewpoints, having as many viewpoints as possible on the school board is a good thing. So when people like Peggy Jones and Brian Barefoot are targeted for removal by our governor, that's a problem. I yield my time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, before we go on to our next part of consent, approval of consent agenda items, Dr. Moore, would you like to respond to anything with citizen input? We'll start with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quite honestly, my heart breaks. My heart breaks in the sense of the kind of conversations that we're having, but at the same time, there's a glimmer of hope because so many people are here.
Mm-hmm.
Never been a person who's job scared, never been a person who will shy away from making difficult decisions. I think God put me here for a reason. And 3 years ago, what this county was is not what it is today. It has drastically changed. The landscape of Florida has drastically changed. But I will continue to say, why can't Indian River County be the county that sets the example? Look at all of you that are here tonight. On different sides or different perspectives, the reality is we're here because of children. We're here because we want to act in the best interest of children. And we can have different political views. Diversity is a wonderful thing. But when these people who are here and those who are not, who feel the same, decide to come together, engage in a conversation about what we can collectively do to improve education for our children, then we can in fact be that example. Because by God, Florida needs that example. Mm-hmm. And there's no reason these people in these rooms, these board members, myself, this senior staff, our principals and teachers can't be the ones that engage in the complex conversations that need to take place in order to do that for our children. There's hard decisions that this board will make, some tonight. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, they are here to be in service of our community and in service of our children. As am I, as is our principals and teachers. I've always said, there's a principal or two still in the room, the best job you could ever have is being a principal. I think there's some principals up here that would agree with me. Because you get to see the impact that a school has on children each and every single day. The best things in the 7 years that I was a principal, and I was a principal of some very, very tough schools. Very tough schools, inner city schools. But to have the opportunity to support my teachers who ultimately changed the lives of kids, made that 45-mile drive to that inner city school each and every single day worth it. To see that impact. Never to see my house in the light of day from the time that the sun went down on Sunday until it came up the following Saturday. To the point where my wife is saying, you're missing the growing of your children, your two daughters. And finally, to have the opportunity to come a little bit closer to home was great. But that's how powerful that impact was. Each and every single one of us should have a burden placed on our hearts to have that kind of impact for our children in these schools. We are in a hard place. Our children are coming off a something that none of us went through when we were children. And having to come back into school and relearn expectations and interact with everybody, let's be the example. Let's be the example. Let's understand the complexities that are in our schools today. Let's come to the table and have the conversations in order to prove the quality of education. Also want to mention, before I close, it was mentioned about the bullying. Every single student in this district has a right to a free and appropriate public education. They got a seat. And we're going to do everything to support those students to ensure that they display the behaviors that are positive and allows every other student in schools to feel equally safe. But with all the support that we give, and you don't uphold that expectation, we may change where that seat is. We may find you another place to go to school. Mm-hmm. Having the opportunity to be in a public education when you're not going to act appropriately impacts the lives of others. I understand how hard it is, but bullying in this school system will not be tolerated. And that's just not the voice of the superintendent, the voice of principals, the voice and desire of this board. It is the expectation of everybody. It should be in community organization meetings. It should be in churches. It should be discussed across our entire county. Not just pointing the finger, but wrapping our arms around this community, understanding we send our children to these schools. And some children are coming into these schools who don't have the loving, caring, nurturing environments that we are all blessed to have. But by God, they deserve our love and compassion. They need our support in order to ensure we are that school system that every other county is looking for and saying, if Indian River County can do it, so can we. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Dr. Pasca?
Sure. I'll keep it brief because I know this meeting is going to last a while, but I think the main thing I want to convey is I'm very happy and I'm very appreciated that so many people came to speak and be involved in our district's education. It's imperative, and please keep coming. The most important thing that I've heard from parents in the district over the last year is bullying and safety in our schools. And so I hope you continue to stay involved and come to our meetings and be involved in the code of conduct policy meetings to help improve that. Thank you.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I'd just like to say the same thing. Thank you all for coming out. I know everybody's here for different reasons and sometimes on different sides of the aisle, but we appreciate hearing from everybody. This is the United States of America. Remember that. All for one.
Thank you. Mr. Barefoot?
Well, I'd like to thank everybody for coming as well. And it's been mentioned by a number of people this evening that our public education in this country is under attack. And we turn on the news at night and we read about the Ukraine and national security problems or challenges that we may or may not face. But I would tell you, in my opinion, the biggest national security threat this country faces is a deteriorating public education system. As we sit here today, these kids, 25, 30, 40 years, I'm going to be dead. Some people would like me dead sooner rather than later, I guess. These are the kids that we expect to be the leaders in this country. And they are being, in my opinion, robbed. Whatever side of the political aisle you're on, these extremes, they are being robbed of the same opportunity that I was given, and my guess is most of you were given, because it's become so polarized. So I applaud all of you for coming out, stating your points of view, and people got to start listening to one another. There's a difference between listening and hearing. People say, oh, I'm a good listener, but are you hearing what you're listening to? Because if you're hearing what you're listening to, you better get off your butts and get out there and do something about what's going on. We've got to stop this divisiveness, and we've got to get people focused on results, and that's educating kids, all kids, as many people have said this evening.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
There are so many things to address. There were too many comments for us to be able to address each and every one of them. There were three in particular that I'd like to just mention here, and I know that we're going to talk about some that are going to be on the action agenda or in a discussion. So the ones that are not going to move into action or discussion are about the homeschoolers. Someone mentioned homeschooling, that homeschoolers espouse a Catholic curriculum. I just want to clarify something there. That is not true. That's furthest from the truth. Homeschoolers, parents who homeschool are of all sex. They can be secular, they can be non-secular. And parents get to choose what that curriculum would be. So it has nothing to do with a Catholic curriculum or a Catholic religion. I also want to share, I'm going to actually support Mrs. Shattuck on this. An accusation came not long ago, actually, accusing Mrs. Shattuck of accusing a citizen of committing a crime. That also could not be further from the truth. Her letter actually stated that using a person's name that is not your own can cause difficulty when responding to a public records request. So anybody can request public records, you can be anonymous even, but there has to be a way for the Public Records Department to respond to you, either by telephone or by email, or if you're gonna pick it up, that message has to come to the Public Records Department through that way. But what that letter stated was that there was a concern that a public records request came in under a false name, using another citizen's name without that citizen's permission could cause, or making a false statement, could be making a false statement, and therefore there was just a warning, there wasn't an accusation. So I'm gonna support Mrs. Shattuck on that because she did not indeed accuse anyone of a crime. The other thing that I want to state is the discipline and the bullying. I have mentioned time and time again, we have a policy that says that we do not tolerate bullying, but that is not the same as having a zero tolerance bullying policy. And I think it's about time that we, as a board, discuss what that would look like to actually have a zero tolerance. Zero is zero. We have our code of conduct. Someone mentioned, I think Dr. Posca mentioned the code of conduct. We have been in the process of, at least I have observed, of course, Mrs. Dampierre can talk a little bit more on that if she would like, but we have had citizens participate in the review of our code of conduct, which should be coming, as was mentioned earlier, to the board at the end of next month, at the end of March meeting, whenever we have our March meeting. I don't have the date in front of me. March 13th. 13th?
No, that's the workshop.
It's both. It's both.
March 13th is, gotcha, okay, let me clarify. So March 13th will be the only meeting of the month because of spring break. Completely forgot about that, thank you. So we will have a workshop during the day and then a board meeting in the evening. So the workshop during the day is going to be a presentation of the recommendations that the committee is going to bring forward, obviously through Mrs. Dampierre's office and all of the staff that have worked really hard on that, collecting input from the citizens of the county. And I think it's very important that if you are concerned about bullying and safety and issues that are happening in the school district, that you show up to that. Show up next month to next month's meeting. Be here and let us know. Send us emails if you can't, so that we can ensure that your requests for what should or should not be in these in the code of conduct could be captured in there. We can only change what we receive from you. We can only address what we know you care most about, and we can make that difference if we can hear your suggestions moving forward, and I think that's very important. So I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. Just a few words. I thank everybody for coming tonight. It's always great to hear different perspectives. I think about my time in education, and I'm old. I started teaching in 1974, so you can figure that out. But anyway, in every position I've ever had, and there have been many, district, state, school-based, principals, assistant principals, executive director, every single day that I went on campus, or I was at a district person and went to schools, or I taught, my favorite part was teaching, I gave 100% to make sure that those students have a safe learning environment. And I think that's the premise of what Dr. Moore was talking about. Each and every day, every district person, every site-based person, every teacher, every janitor, every bus driver, every person goes in with the same mission, to make sure that our students have a safe learning environment. From getting them to school safely, to feeding them, the after-school programs, the community partnerships that we have. You know, I ran for school board because I love this district and community and wanted to do the work. And I will continue to do the work And I just appreciate all of you coming out. So thank you very much to everyone, and let's go on. Board members, we are now at approval of consent agenda items. Motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
Okay, Mr.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot, any discussion? Vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Okay, now,
Madam Chair,
yes,
just a acknowledgement.
yes,
We just approved 4 donations.
yes.
Rotary Club of Orchid Island, thank you. Mr. and Mrs. Shepherd gave a nice donation to one of our schools. Aldos of Sebastian and Beachland PTA. We appreciate all of those people for helping us. And also, we received a Perkins grant for CTE programs.
Great.
So those of you that are concerned about CTE, career and technical, just know the Perkins grants are really important. So thank you for that.
All right.
Can we take a break?
Yeah, 5-minute break, and we'll come back to the action items that were pulled. Number 13, items pulled from consent to action, and we do have public input on most of our action items. The first one that was pulled, 10A, the removal of the racial equity policy, repeal of the racial equity policy, and we have a few speakers before the superintendent will speak and before I will speak and before we have the vote on discussion. So 10A, our first speaker is David Dinan.
Hello again. This is going to be shorter, I promise. So, in regards to the policy, I'm glad to see it move from the consent agenda to the action items. But I really want to emphasize that this policy, we just can't have a perfunctory public hearing and then immediately repeal it. I really think that the potential repeal of any policy anywhere demands a really thoughtful and fully engaged discussion. While the policy may be in conflict with state law currently, it would be much better to do the hard work and amend it and bring it into compliance, whether or not it's a challenging thing to do. Or if it is moved to repeal, which I wouldn't like to see, the district must then ensure that the 3 referenced supporting policies do in fact serve as an adequate replacement and that the relevant parties and the stakeholders are wholly aware of where the necessary components are, where they reside, how to access them, and how to implement them. In addition, it does seem to me to be a very poor choice to take initial steps to repeal this policy, particularly during African American History Month, in a school district that is still operating under a federal desegregation order. So, much of life is reactive. We're all reactive beings. It's hard to be proactive in this busy world, but we can't be operating on knee-jerk reactions. When we can't be positively proactive, we must be thoughtfully, not reflexively reactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker on 10A is Dr. Mara Shipp.
So like I said, I'm going to see you guys a few times tonight. I'm sure a lot of what you'll hear tonight on this will be a little bit repetitive because I think we all feel the same way. I will say, though, that it's ironic, to say the least, that in the same breath and on the same night that we celebrate Black History Month, we simultaneously want to push for the removal of the racial equity policy that, I will add, was enthusiastically passed by 2 current school board members of the board, Mrs. Rosario and Mrs. Barenborg, as well as previous members, Mrs. Justice and Mrs. Zorb, who I won't say what I was about to say. But times have changed. I'm sorry. There are things I want to say that in a public setting and in the spirit of professionalism and decency I won't say. However, there has been no public discussion by the board on this issue. There was a short conversation at the last superintendent's workshop, but that was short and it was tabled until further notice. I personally would like to hear more discussion about why this policy is being removed. Secondly, I understand that the state has said there are problems with the policy and the language in the policy. What I'm not clear about is whether the state has issued clear policy or directives. If so, what are they? Let's hear them in public discussion. Let's have a full discussion in the sunshine about those directives. As to this school district, what's the impact of removing this policy on attracting and teaching, attracting teachers of color and supporting students of color? This is now, in fact, or nearly a minority-majority district. What message are we sending to most of our students about understanding and addressing their history and their current challenges when we remove the very policy that addresses the fact that we haven't done this very well in the past? Finally, there's a reason we include words like diversity, which is making sure that a mix of all types of people is welcomed and represented. Equity, that resources are devoted to making sure all students get the support they need to be successful. Not all students need the same levels and types of support, but different students need different resources. Finally, inclusion. This means that all students are welcomed, included, and have a voice in our schools. All citizens, all students, all teachers, all faculty, all administrators, irrespective of skin color, ethnicity, linguistic ability, capacity, origin, physical, mental, or behavioral ability. While this policy doesn't address specifically all of those, it does address what is particularly important when we have been under a desegregation order since 1967, and this policy was very much intended to reflect and support members of our community who are affected by that desegregation order, about which Mr. Brown eloquently and articulately spoke earlier. Who is looking out for these children? Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Point of
Dr.
order.
Schiff. Yes, ma'am.
Point of order. We're accepting public comment on action items that were not originally on our action agenda. We had this happen once before when Mrs. Berenborg was the chair, and those comments during an action item were removed. Those persons were not allowed to speak to action items that were not on the original agenda. So we shouldn't allow that same process to happen now.
I did speak with Ms. Shattuck about that. If anything is moved from consent to action, and I did move this to action, that people could put on the citizen input. If it's moved to action, they would like to speak then. If it is not, they would speak during consent. Is there an issue, Ms. Shattuck?
Thank you, Chairwoman, through the chair. That is correct. The way that we order our comment card allows for people to speak at the time in the meeting to address the item that they want to speak to. And if people have a question, well, what if something is moved to action? They can indicate that on the card if they want to, if they would prefer that if it is indeed moved to action, that they speak at that time. Thank you.
Point of order still. That's not on our card. Our card doesn't say if you want to move something from consent to action, you can do that as a citizen. And also, citizens are only allowed to submit one comment per consent item so they can't presume prior that an item is going to be moved and us honor that. If we made the decision when Mrs. Berenborg was the chair, then it should be consistent with that.
Well, I disagree with the statement. I believe that if people want to speak to this, they were not sure if it was going to be from consent to action. I moved from consent to action, so they wrote that they would speak during that time. I don't think there's any time where we need to say to somebody, you don't have the right to speak. And this is very, very important for our public to be able to do for anything. And if we have to amend the citizen input, we could do that. But I'm going to allow these people to speak on action regarding the racial equity policy.
Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe it's if they speak to the item during citizen input, they can't
cannot,
again
right.
speak to it
Right.
during this
You
time.
cannot do the same
That's what I
topic.
did before. Yes.
And I do not believe that has happened thus far.
Nope.
Okay. Mr. Browning?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's so refreshing to have a board and superintendent that takes action and cares about all kids. If you could, please let us know which word or words are allegedly in conflict with the state law, and if you would, then make that change to those words or words. But it's important to have a policy that protects all the students of Indian River County, and I think that's the county we want to have us be the model of county in Florida. Now, I'm having an issue right now because it appears that even though we ask for transparency, that it looks like we don't want transparency or somebody to speak to the item. There are a lot of people that this affects, and everyone needs to have a chance to speak to it. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. And please keep the policy, wordsmith it if you have to.
Thank you. Michael Marsh?
Thank you, Michael C. Marsh, father, advocate, and community healer. Thank you very much through the chair, Doc. We do live in a great sunshine state, and transparency is something we always hear from the School District of Indian River County. I speak in support of the racial equity policy. I'm looking at many policies that if something does not conform to the Florida state statute, we have an amazing group of individuals that can fix those words, whether it's a couple of wordsmith. But let's go through the policy, shall we? What's the purpose of it? Well, this policy confronts the instructional racism that results in predictably lower academic achievement for students of color than for their white peers. Why wouldn't we want to talk about this? What's so bad? I don't understand. And I don't know much about policy or procedure, but I do know you have to have policy with the procedure. I learned that from a couple board meetings ago. So why not have another public hearing? You hear that citizens are saying that we don't hear much discussion. Let's open it back up. I believe the last time it was adopted was 2020. A lot has changed since then. But let's go through what it also does. It eliminates systematic disparities. Invite and include people from all races and ethnicities to examine issues and find adaptive solutions which address the root causes and systems, rather than technical solutions which provide one-time situational fixes, like putting a Band-Aid on bullet holes, so to speak. We have to have this conversation to ensure equity. Why did equity become such a bad word in 2023? Equity, equality. I don't get it. Leadership, teaching and learning, the implementation and monitoring. The board directs the superintendent to implement and monitor diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in all district outcomes. Clear accountability standards will be designed and implemented to result in measurable decreases in district disparity and disproportionality. I don't get it. I understand the law. We always hear, follow the law, follow the state statute. We have some amazing people that can edit whatever needs to be headed to make sure that we keep ourselves out of lawsuits. I get it. But if we repeal this, what will you replace it with? What type of policy? Everyone's so offended. We can't say the word equity. Ooh, scary. So what would we have instead? That's my question. So you repeal it, goodbye. What do we have? There goes your equity. I leave with that question. What will you put in its place? Thank you very much for allowing us to speak tonight, Dr. Jones.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, would you like to speak before I present the item for discussion?
To the chair, since I will present the item. What you have here is a item, and I'll give you the history and what is the recommendation. Florida Department of Education notified us in November that there is a possibility that this policy is in violation of House Bill 7. Let me pause right there, because this is a policy that's not part of our Neola policies. It is above and beyond. So each and every single year, as laws change, policy has to change. Because this one policy was not supervised or overseen by Neola, it was missed. In the initial conversation with then Chancellor and now new Chancellor, we looked at the specific policy. They flagged one specific term, which basically they did through a search of our policies. Because we have policies in place, this is the best way of me describing it, this would be like a cherry on top of the ice cream. We have policies in place that ensures we are not stepping away, we're not taking a lesser stance regarding ensuring that every single student in the school system has what he or she needs. And I have been steadfast in my desire to keep the main thing the main thing. I've been steadfast in ensuring that we allow staff to focus in on the complexities of doing this work. So we did have a public conversation during a board briefing. I'm sorry, we did have conversations during board briefings, but we also had one during the last superintendent workshop, in which all 5 board members were there. And as stated, there was not a significant amount of conversation. If the board would like to have that conversation, have that conversation. What is in front of you is to repeal that policy, because I can give every assurance to everyone in the community, we are not lessening or walking away from our current stance on ensuring we have a school system that does not discriminate and provides equal access in the appropriate level of services to all students in this school system. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, since I pulled the policy, the public hearing and the repeal of the racial equity policy and putting it out for public hearing for 30 days in order to discuss, I need a motion and a second to discuss.
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Second.
Can you
Go ahead, sorry.
restate exactly what you just said?
Well, I have pulled the policy because I wanted to discuss pulling and repealing the racial equity policy and putting it out to the public for 30 days. I think there's more discussion needed, and I'd like to share that.
I'll second.
Thank you. Okay. when I saw this on the agenda of just pulling the policy, I had some issues with it. I don't think we just put on action items, pull the policy, or rewrite the policy. I think these things really need to be workshopped, and I think we really need to discuss something, especially like this. Now, just a review from our workshop. There was a little bit of a discussion. I don't know if Mr. Barefoot was there that day, but I had some concerns and I raised it at the workshop. When I saw that this was on the DOE website, that Chancellor Oliva wrote to one of the 7 or 8 counties to take a look at this policy, I then saw Ms. Shattuck's response. And I'd like to read that for the record. Sorry. This is what I wrote to Ms. Shattuck on January 18th. Reviewing the DOE website, I saw the letter from Chancellor Oliva on November 18th, and then your reply on November 28th with the corrections in stated policy they asked us to review, 226002. Has there been an official response from the DOE after you sent the response on the 28th? If so, please forward to me. Am I assuming correctly if there is no response, our corrections were sufficient? And then on her response, good afternoon, Doc. I did not receive any written response to my letter. The attorney from the DOE, Ms. Gay, and I did have a telephone call on the matter after I sent my letter. In the conversation, she said that she couldn't approve our proposed changes to our policy, but she would update the chancellor that we were taking corrective action. She said she'd let me know if the chancellor had any concerns with our proposed corrective action. Since she has not contacted me, the chancellor must not have had any concerns. And that was on January 18th. Now, at that time, we had a switch in chancellor, so I called Mr. Burns.
The new one.
He could not make a legal decision, and I understand that, but no new corrections had come to us. And then I see that we just want to repeal this policy. And I understand what Dr. Moore said. I worked hard on the achievement gap policy. We started out as sustainability. And I know we have policies on non-discrimination and recruiting and retaining minority teachers. But just to wipe it out, I had a concern. I don't think we had a thorough talk at the workshop, and anybody can take a look at that. I had some concerns. In our standards for boardmanship, the first line says, make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of all children, regardless of ability, race, creed, sex, or social standings. So I'm looking at this, and a lot of my colleagues are looking at that and saying, why are you repealing this policy, just wiping it out?
You're timed out.
Okay. All right, so we go to the next one, and I'll come back. So that's the beginning of my discussion, so we'll go from there, and then I will come back to it. Yes, Ms. Barrenborn.
All right, I made the motion to have the further discussion. You know, when this first came up, the optics of it are horrible. They are. I understand why we had a crowded room, especially this month. I also understand that there's more work than on staff to wordsmith. There's a lot of work when you're looking at something like this. But first of all, Dr. Schiff brought this actually to us originally, and we voted on it, and it was unanimous, I believe, 5-0. And, you know, we want to do the right thing. Nobody wants to not do the right thing. But I also think, and I was told, and I need to be assured, that all of the things that are in here are covered in other policies. So I guess the best way to do that then, because we didn't go to Neola for this before, is to maybe discuss it with Neola and say, what in here will satisfy the current statute? Or where is it in another policy, to make sure so people don't feel like the optics of this are so bad. And I do think that you're right. It does need a little bit more of an eye on it, and make sure before you throw out something, you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing and it's covered elsewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Barrenborn. Any other board member?
I just make an observation. It might be more familiarity with us because we deal with these policies all the time. It's not necessarily familiar with the public. And when you start saying, and this is not a criticism, just an observation, that whatever, this is a consolidated policy, in effect, it's consolidating what is in 3 other policies, which means if you tell people don't worry because it's covered in 3 other policies, I can understand why that is a challenge for people that are not used to dealing with these policies. And I guess I come out on the side is that we ought to take perhaps and see if there's not a way, instead of repealing this, to, I don't like the word wordsmithing, but to have people refer to 3 other policies because this one's been eliminated seems to me to put a burden on folks that are just not used to having to search around for 3 policies to justify whatever their concerns are. So I think there's some value in talking further and see if we can't come up with a consensus that seems to satisfy everybody, which frankly ought not to be that difficult.
Dr. Pasco?
Sure. I'll just start by telling a quick story. When I was working at Indian River Memorial Hospital, I remember going to the emergency room to admit a very sick patient who had, we'll just say, 3 organs that were actively failing and had lost their heartbeat earlier in the day. So I did what I usually do. I worked up the patient, I started treating them, and I admitted them to the ICU. And part of that process is calling the ICU supervisor, the nursing supervisor. They informed me that there's only 1 bed available, and there's an elective cardiac surgery. For those that you don't know, surgeries are the money makers of a hospital. So this was a very important thing to the hospital to keep that surgery. She said there's no rooms available for him. So I called the intensivist. The intensivist reviewed the case, and he said that I don't think that we can accept your patient. We need that bed for the surgery. So I asked him, did you go see the patient? There was silence. He did not. So I then went to the director of critical care, and I explained the situation. He spoke to all parties. He once again said, we don't have a bed for him. So I went to his boss, the chair of medicine, which always has his door open. Whether or not you want to walk through, it's another question. And I explained the situation. He started by initially saying, I think you could treat this patient in a different floor. And that's when I grew angry. And I felt the fact that he was black played a role in this situation. And I said, if that was your father, he'd be in that bed. And I'm not going to stop till he's in that bed. Well, I got the bed, obviously. I strive every day. I treat people from all walks of life. Whether you're a CEO or you're homeless, I treat everyone equally. Ultimately, I think this policy, it starts out by saying, I'll read it so I don't misquote, this policy confronts the institutional racism. I think the premise of that is that the largest employer in the county is full of racist individuals, and that's a lie. So I think the premise of this policy is not true. I think it undermines the hard work that we do each and every day to take care of our students and treat them all equally and provide the best education possible to them. So I think this policy should be removed.
Thank you, Dr. Pasco. Ms. Rosario?
Dr. Moore, are you able to speak specifically to those 3 current policies that this policy is actually incorporated within?
Through the chair, I don't want to take your time, but yes, I can have Ms. Dampier do that when the time is appropriate. Yes.
No, I mean, can we do it now? Can we talk? Because if we can actually talk about it now, we don't have to prolong the situation. We've had this conversation, obviously. The board members have met and talked about it. The discussion here is about one of the recommendations or something that Mr. Barefoot mentioned was wordsmithing the current policy. If this one, the racial equity policy, were wordsmith, then we're still at 4 policies saying the same thing in different words. So you're not making any change. We're not making a difference. You're not stating anything different than what we already have currently in the 3 current policies. So wordsmithing wouldn't really make a difference. Would you agree or wouldn't you?
Through the chair, I think the best thing to do is to start with Ms. Dampier, those 3 policies, and the board can make a decision forward.
Thank you.
Through the chair, we had an opportunity to look at the racial equity policy and look at the 3 policies that was referenced, policy 2260, 3120.01, and what we did was do a crosswalk between what we had in those policies pertaining to what was currently in the racial equity policy. There is the first part, which was up under the purpose, that was against, it contradicts House Bill 7 and policy 2260, which talks about the institutional racism. That section was, it contradicts what's in policy. But there are other sections where it talks about the eliminate systemic disparities. This language is covered in policy 2260 except for A. That particular item is not covered in any of our policies. But B and C is covered in 2260. Then when it talks about ensure systemic equity, that language, the superintendent shall, can't read that, lead from a systemic-wide racial equity. All of that section is covered in 2260, as well as family, student, and community engagement, that particular area. Leadership, we have this covered in policy 3120.01, which talks about recruiting, employing, supporting, and retaining a diverse staff. And then in teaching and learning, that section, that language is covered in policy 2260 as well. And if you pull policy 2260, which is a part of the packet that was outlined, it really covers non-discrimination and access to equal educational opportunity. So it does state our role as a district to ensure that the school district of Indian River County ensures that the school district has the Indian River County maintains a school system that is free from discrimination practices and promote equality for all. We did a day's worth of work finding and crosswalking that information, me and 2 other employees.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Dr. Moore, and obviously Mrs. Dampier doing all that work with you and your team, I thank you. Many of the comments today from citizens requested if we were to repeal this policy, they were just asking for that information exactly. Where do our current policies state that this information captured in the racial equity policy is actually in other policies? And so I think what you just did was you proved that we have that we have done the work to crosswalk, we meaning you, have done the work to crosswalk. I would also like to mention that this letter, the original letter from the Department of Education, came on November 18th. So this isn't an overnight review, I guess, of this policy. This has been almost a little bit more than 3 months now of conversation that I believe the Dr. Moore and your team, Mrs. Dampier, have actually looked very carefully at to ensure that we are not going to make the wrong decision here, that we're actually going to do, or whatever is recommended by the superintendent, that it actually aligns and would be the right thing to do. So in this case, I would support repealing the policy. Thank you for that information.
I'm just going to add a couple things here. We're missing a big picture. When we sent a corrected policy up there, Dr. Posca read the information about institutional racism. The first two paragraphs were taken out that she sent to the DOE, and the third paragraph was reworded. So when we sent that information, and we didn't hear anything back from Chancellor Oliva, okay, and then when I called Dr. Burns at the new chancellor saying, is there a change here? Do we have to do this, or is it okay? So we did take out those first two paragraphs, and that was sent to the DOE, and it was on the DOE website. So again, I would encourage people to go back and take a look at that workshop, because there was discussion on it, but I did not know that discussion would lead to repeal the policy. So I'm going to add a few other things here too. We talked about, and Dr. Morris mentioned this a couple times, and it came about from our citizen input quite a bit tonight, working together. You know, we hear about the words diversity, inclusion, and equity. And boy, when I started teaching a long time ago, those words were fine. There were no issues. So if we have to take out some things according to the state, why don't we work together to do it? Why don't we really sit together and look at it with our African American population, with our Hispanic population? Just repealing it and say those other ones, the policies are there, people could go and look those up, sure. But here's what I believe. I believe in diversity because we are basically a 50-50 majority and minority. Not only in what I teach my children should we not just recognize diversity, we should celebrate it. Inclusion. If anyone on this dais thinks that public education should not be inclusive, they shouldn't be up here. We are inclusive with our children, and we have to be inclusive. And then we talk about equity. And you know, you always hear people for a year talk about equity, equality, equity, equality. And I found the best scenario or definition. Equality in education is necessary for students to have the same opportunities to start off with positive educational outcomes. And equity helps to make sure those equal opportunities are adjusted to make room for students who might need extra help and attention. Can you even fathom the thought that a teacher would say, oh, you're not equal, so I'm not going to try and make you equitable? I'll make a motion in a little bit on what I'd like to do, but if there's any other board discussion, I'd love to hear it. Thank you.
I have a question as well.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Go ahead.
Barefoot?
No,
I'm sorry,
go
or
ahead.
Ms. Berenborg, I'm sorry, go ahead.
You know, kind of ironically, the first parental rights bill, a lot of the stuff in that bill was already in other statutes. It was just brought together so that parents had a one-stop shop that they could go to and say, what are my rights when I walk into a school? What do I have the right to do and what I don't have the right to do? Because seriously, you can go through all those statutes in law and try to pick and choose what it is that you're supposed to have a right to do. And it was a really great compilation from Senator Grahl, back when she was Representative Grahl, of putting all that information in one spot so that parents had an idea of what their rights were when they walked in. And I think that this is kind of the same thing, is people are looking at what are the rights of children for having the same education as everybody else. And I'm going to get to the equity thing for a second. Having been a principal of a school that was mostly African American, I remember one of the first things that just shook me, and this is a school in Fort Pierce, just a couple miles from the ocean. And I sat and talked to fifth graders, and I got asking them, because I was a science specialist at the time for the district, and I got asking them about the ocean and what does it look like. And they described to me what the canal looked like behind the school. They had not seen the ocean, and they lived just a couple miles from it. And yet other kids, a few other kids, had the opportunity to go fishing in the ocean and see the ocean, but a lot of the kids had never seen the ocean. So we made it equitable for all children to take a field trip at the end of the year to go see the ocean and have a play day at the ocean. And just to see their faces going across the bridge to see the water was just amazing. I still remember it. It's just amazing. It's opportunities. That's just one example of how not all children come into your school with the same background and information and opportunities. And it's our job to make sure they understand what the ocean is. We live near it. You know, that's just one example of this word equity. We got to stop being scared of it. It's what does it take to have a child understand a concept? They came to you not knowing what the ocean was. How do you show them what the ocean is? You show them the ocean. You know, so we got to stop this. We can't do this for kids because we're not doing it for all. Not all kids need everything. I have 3 children. They all 3 needed totally different things. Let's face it, not all kids are cookie cutters. So we got to stop that stuff. I think that this is a good example of things being put together in one. Now, are there some terms in here that I think need to go? Yes. And we need to make sure we're following law, absolutely. But I think just throwing it out is wrong too.
Thank you. Mr. Barefoot, I'm sorry.
Ms. Dampier, what are the dates of the 3 policies that in the aggregate basically say what this policy says? What are the dates when they were approved? You have them there? You've got them on the sheets?
Yes. We have the racial equity policy, which was approved on February 25th, 2020.
Right.
We have the achievement gap oversight work group policy, which was approved on August 29th, 2022. The non-discrimination and access to equal educational opportunity was approved on October 24th, 2022. There were some changes from Neola. And then recruitment and retention of diverse employment staff. That was adopted and updated on January 23rd, 2018. That means that we have not had any updates from Neola pertaining to recruitment and retention of diverse staff.
You know, if I hate to fall back on my corporate, but if we were sitting here looking at a set of corporate bylaws.
You are.
Any good lawyer that's an expert on governance would tell you that these should be consolidated into one policy. We shouldn't have 3 different policies. It's confusing. It's confusing the people live in this world, and here you've got one that's 4 years, 5 years old, and then a couple of them that are obviously only a year old, and in the middle is the one that you want to repeal. If I had all the votes, which I don't, I'd probably put a hold on this whole conversation and work on creating one policy, then repeal 4 policies. One policy that covers the whole gamut in the world that we live in today, not the world that existed 6 months ago, not the world that existed 5 years ago, but the world that we live in today. I think I don't want to oversimplify it, but I think we're trying to, it's too complicated. And we live in a complicated world. So I guess where I come out on this is that, look, I'm happy to repeal it, but I don't know what's accomplished. What ought to be done is take the 3 policies that backstop the one that you want to repeal, and then repeal all and bring forth or bring forth one that's acceptable. We can, workshop it. We can have public input and all that stuff. And when people are satisfied that what's incorporated in that one consolidated policy reflected in 4 policies, or the 3, then let's go forward. It's going to take another couple of months.
Yes, sir.
But you're going to simplify life for everybody. Otherwise, you start referring back to a policy from 5 years ago, and the world's changed. I mean, these words that you took for granted 5 years ago now are toxic in some people's minds. It's unfortunate, but that would be my suggestion.
Yes, sir. And I'll make a motion after everyone's done discussing. Ms. Rosario?
Madam Chair, you mentioned that you didn't know that this policy would come to us to be repealed, but we all did because at the last workshop, it was on there to be deleted. And board members were, shared their concern that the entire policy had been redlined. And so as a result, the superintendent changed that and then discovered that we should be repealing it, not deleting it. So it's not a surprise that it is on here as a repeal. I would also say that no one on this dais said anything about being, about not being diverse or inclusive. You can agree to repeal a policy and still be in favor of diversity. And still, I mean, I don't know if there's anyone on this dais who's more diverse than I am in my personal culture. So you can't assume that someone who might be in favor of repealing a policy, such as this one, would not also be in favor of, having a diverse environment or, having an inclusive environment for children. That's not accurate at all. So I think, I keep coming back to what Mr. Barefoot said, even though, because I guess you're the last one who spoke. Again, I still come back to, we have the 3 policies that this one includes all of the content from the racial equity policy within. If we wordsmith still this racial equity policy, then we have 4. And the whole idea is to have less, not more. The whole idea is to have one less policy, obviously, in this equation, and then maybe if we repeal this one, the 3 that are current, maybe we can, at another workshop, take a look at those as a board and see if we could wordsmith those 3, rather than wordsmithing this 4th one, since the superintendent is recommending, repealing it.
Yes, sir.
What I was going to suggest, I don't know whether this is a compromise, and it requires more work, but I would be willing to vote to repeal this with a commitment on the part of Dr. Moore, Mrs. Dampier, et cetera, to come back with a consolidated policy.
Here we go.
That takes the 3 that remaining, these ones you reference, come back, let's make sure it reflects all the things that are in these 3 policies. And then we get rid of those 3, and now we have one policy that addresses all this stuff. So I'm happy to repeal it, because I do think it's redundant in a lot of ways, and it's offensive to some, and it's critically important to others. The only way I know to solve something like that is, let's get rid of it with a commitment, but it's got to be a commitment to consolidate the 3 remaining policies into one, so we can get rid of those 3.
Okay.
I don't know whether that's practical or impractical.
Ms. Berenborg, and then I'll talk.
I'd also like to say Dr. Jacobs also works on policy a lot, and I know it's tough for her to do this as well. But I agree with you. I think it's kind of like the parental rights. It's a one-stop shop to look at what are my rights. And here, concerning anything that has to do with racial issues, we should have that one-stop shopping. I know it's more work on you guys, but I agree with him.
I do want to say there are additional policies.
Right.
When we have a group of policies, just like I think Mr. Barefoot had asked about the cell phone, we have them for the students, we have them for the non-instructional, we have them for the instructional. It's like 4 different sets. So there are additional policies. This is just the instructional one, but we have the same policies for staff and for enough, it's like 3 for each one of these. So there's 12 policies we would be amending.
Okay, just in general, Dr. Moore has known immediately that I just didn't like this being repealed or deleted or whatever word we use. Mr. Barefoot, you had a pretty good idea there, and you could certainly make a motion on that, but if we go that route and we just say repeal this policy, instead, we really have to put in there that we will workshop the policy to align to statutes with community input. Again, if we're looking at racial equity, if we're looking at diversity, and we're looking at coming together, it has to be everyone together working on this. I'm not exactly sure about just repealing this, let it go, and then it takes us a while to get all those other 12 policies or whatever they are aligned. But we have to make a commitment to our community, to our students, to our staff, to our parents, that this is something that is a priority. Not to just say we're just going to repeal it or delete it. I just don't think it can go that way. Dr. Moore?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as a point of clarity, I know everyone knows this, you're not repealing this policy tonight, you're just setting it to.
I know, but still it goes
to
30
notice
days.
for public hearing.
I know.
The recommendation as written is to repeal the policy. And the volume of time that it takes and the scrutiny in which the system will be under, it's hard. I look at ESE, and ESE is such an opportunity to improve, and we keep referencing Ms. Dampier, Ms. Dampier, Ms. Dampier. That's Ms. Dampier's responsibility. So from my perspective, and if there are policies that in place that ensure that we are in fact compliant, perfect. So, but my position is such high expectation in terms of the work that we have to do. There's so few people that have to do the work. But ultimately, I work at the will of the board. And if it's the will of the board to...
Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moore. Ms. Berenborg.
How about this, then? I'm with you. I
I've
try
got
to
about
find
3
the middle.
things ready, yeah.
She mentioned a couple places in this policy that aren't covered in other policies. If we were to go forward with this, could we put a comment in there or a statement in there that I'm fine with whatever the word is that we're going to do here, as long as the items that are not covered in this policy or any other policies, and that we're okay, they're within the statutes, that they could be incorporated into another policy?
I don't understand what that means.
Okay,
We need to be
so for
extremely-
example, eliminate systematic disparities. A, right? I wrote it down. She said that that was not included anywhere else. So looking at that, seeing it whether or not it can be within the guidelines of the statutes, and if so, could that line item be put into another policy?
Through the chair, I can do whatever the board directs me to do. Policy belongs to the board.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
So the answer to your question is yes, but as the one who does the work, when you start shifting and changing policies that are designed to cover the totality of a school system, it becomes very hard to safeguard the protections of the school system in upcoming years.
Well, then-
So the answer is
You're telling us
yes.
it's black and white. I'm telling you it's not. She mentioned that one statement. How many are there?
Getting to the point of ridiculousness. All these 12 policies for
There is a section that was, that's contradicts House Bill 7.
Okay, we can't use that.
And there is one section that says, where it says eliminate systemic disparities, to interrupt systems that perpetuate inequities, the superintendent shall, that's not covered in any of our policies.
Okay, is that what, that's the statement I was just referring
Yes.
to. Is that the only one that's not covered anywhere else?
Implementation and monitoring at the bottom, it says the board directs the superintendent to implement and monitor diversity, equity, inclusion. But that is covered in our, the work group,
So we're talking about one statement then, that's not
Yes.
covered anywhere else, right?
Yep.
That's
The
what we're coming
chief-
down to. We're coming down to the statement A.
Yep.
And was that okay within statute? Did we look at that?
I
Invite and include people from all races and ethnicities?
That wasn't flagged.
It wasn't flagged?
No.
So what's wrong with putting that one statement then, Dr. Moore, into another policy?
Through the chair, because it wasn't flagged,
That's what I'm asking.
doesn't mean, you cannot look at this and say the state identified this one specific phrase. That's the only one they searched for.
Yeah.
If you
Okay.
were to go through the policy, there are multiple statements in the policy that can be perceived as being a violation of House Bill 7.
I agree. I just want to make sure it's very, very clear. We've had a clear discussion about this, that it's coming down to one statement that we don't have covered anywhere else.
Just
Right?
a few items, yes.
May I?
Okay.
I have.
But
I've
I'm not
been-
done.
I've had-
I'm not done.
Not you.
Ms. Berenborg, keep going, she's got a minute 48.
Thank you. And because of that, I understand your pushback, Dr. Moore, on not wanting to then go back to another policy and change it, but one of them was 2018. That one's probably due to be reevaluated soon, right?
No.
Go ahead. Just
Not necessarily. Any updates that are based on changes in the law or Florida statute, that comes through Neola.
Okay.
I will give you an example of the racial equity. If we were to get an update of any statute or law, we will miss it because it didn't come from Neola.
Right.
So when we're creating policies, I'm now gonna keep a running list, but every time we get a policy update, I'm gonna have to search all the non-Neola policies to
Okay.
make sure that statute, they have an updated statute.
I hear you
or
now.
anything like that, so
Okay.
when we changing all of these policies, Neola really, does not cover it at some point.
Okay, you just made something very clear to me, so I appreciate that. I understand now how I have to vote, but I do have a concern that the optics of this.
Ms. Rosario?
I was gonna, Dr. Moore, I see the concern in what you are saying in terms of, I'm just gonna say, have you had any conversations with anyone from the Department of Education that are of caution, that have brought to light that there should be more scrutiny in how we create policies, especially in light of House Bill 7?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you.
So, and let me be specific. The one term that was flagged within the policy was a simple search. They did not review the totality of that policy. It is our responsibility, the board's responsibility, to ensure that we are not in violation, or we have policies or curriculum or programs that violate anything to do with state law, anything to do with created statutes. There are things, and as someone said, this was approved 5-0 from a very conservative board 3 or 4 years, 3 years ago. Different day. Some words mean different things. So that is my caution to the board. And if it is to revise and continue to work, like I said, I work at the will of the board. But can it be done? Sure, it could be done.
I'm still,
Okay.
this is still within my time, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I hear the concern, and I'm glad that you raised that piece of information you brought forward to us for the items that are non-Neola recommended, or that don't come from Neola, and the difficulty in searching those within all of the policies that we have. At this time, I would like to move for the previous question.
Can I say one more?
Yeah, Dr. Posca, and then.
No, that means I make a motion to stop debate. That means I make a motion to stop debate. There's
call the
no,
question.
to call the question is the previous question.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to discuss one more thing.
No, now
You
we
wanna
need a
have it.
vote. Now we need a vote, a three,
You need
yes,
a
ma'am.
Second first.
Need a second
I need a second
to stop discussion?
to stop debate.
Debate?
No, I want to say one more thing,
Okay, go
so I'm
ahead.
not going to say. I want to ensure everyone that I, the board, every administrator, would never put up with any discrimination of any student or employee. That's not the kind of organization we run, and this policy was flagged as being in violation of the law. They didn't say one word was in violation of it. If we go in and wordsmith it, it's almost certainly going to stay in violation of the law. And that's why we need to remove it, I think.
Thank you. I want to say a couple of things now. I too talked with Dr. Burns at the DOE, and again, he could not say that he could say this is legal. And I just don't agree with just throwing it out. I would make a motion later, but I think this can be done with a rewrite, a little bit what Mr. Barefoot said, bringing everything together, aligning it with state statute, and do this with a diverse community, diverse representation, and then send it to the state to see if we're okay. We're not trying to violate anything. We're just trying to say that instead of having all of these policies out there, bring it together with people in the community, from the Hispanic population, from the African American population, from the white population. I'd like to see students on here in the Superintendent's Advisory Council. And I just think that we could really rewrite it so that it does align with state statute and have that community input instead of grabbing it for 5 or 6 of the policies. Like Mr. Barefoot said, it's hard as it is. And man, wouldn't that be unique that we would do that together as a community? Again, when I talked with Dr. Burns, he said, can't give you legal advice, but I really think we could do it and do it together instead of just repealing, putting it out to public notice and repealing, so. Yes, sir.
So 6 of one, half dozen of another. Because you can repeal it and do what you just said,
Yeah, you could,
or you can not repeal it and do what you just said.
correct.
So, I mean, I'm getting a headache. I could use a vodka on the rocks that's there. There you go. No, seriously,
I'd like to make a motion then.
Um,
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion.
It's
I know-
his time. It's still his time talking.
I'm sorry, I thought he was finished.
I'm-
Thank you very much.
I'm finished, literally and figuratively speaking.
All right, this is the motion, since I pulled this from consent to action. I make a motion that we rewrite the racial equity policy, align it to state statute with community input from our diverse community. That is my motion.
I'll second it.
Second? Pardon me?
Oh.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're right.
And I seconded it before.
What was the motion on the table? I'm just,
No.
no, ma'am, no, ma'am,
No.
no, no. I'll read this one again. To-
Well,
That was so we could discuss.
can,
That was just so we could discuss it. Right. Okay.
Amend your motion.
All right, I'll amend my motion. Make a motion that we rewrite the racial equity policy, align it to state statute with community input from our diverse community. That is my motion.
I'll second
To amend.
That is your amended motion.
That's your
That is my
amended.
motion, correct.
So I'm sorry, can you restate it? Point
Yes,
of
ma'am.
order, Madam Chair. Can you
Yes.
restate it as an amendment?
Yes, I can. My amended motion was we rewrite the racial equity policy to align with state statute, having community input from our diverse community. That is my amended motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, second, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that fails.
You need nays.
All the nays.
No.
Those not in favor.
Those not in favor.
No.
Nay.
Okay, that one fails. Okay,
So, where are we? Because,
Next action item.
because if we,
You got to bring it back. We've got to go to the next action item.
so Ms. Shaddick, where do we go next?
So where you are right now is that you are on item 13, items pulled from consent to action. You're looking at the item 10A that was pulled, which was request to set a public hearing to repeal policy 2260.02. You have had discussion on that. You have a motion by Berenberg and a second by Barefoot. You're still in the discussion portion, so you
We
could
just
call the
voted.
vote now.
We just voted.
Oh, excuse me. What you voted on was the motion by the chairwoman to amend the underlying motion, which there was a vote on that. There was a second by Ms. Berenborg, but then the vote failed 2-3. So now you are back to the original motion.
Right.
The original motion was on 10A, which was the request to set a public hearing to repeal policy 2260.02.
Okay, so now we vote on it.
So we're
Thank you.
back to
The original
10A.
motion.
Original motion to set a public hearing and repeal the racial equity policy. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Second.
Second?
can I clarify? Just so I understand, I'm a little slow, I guess. What that motion is, to repeal it, but it's not been repealed until after
30 days.
30 days.
This is just public hearing.
Goes to public hearing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'll say that again. 10A, the repeal of the racial equity policy, it goes to public hearing for 30 days. All in favor? I'm sorry, the motion, who made the motion? Ms. Rosario?
I made the motion.
And Dr.
Dr.
Pasta
Pasta
seconded?
seconded.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, that passes 3-2. Go to public hearing for 30 days. All right, Ms. Rosario, you are next with your pulling consent to action, ADAP.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an item that we talked about during the workshop. It is an increased purchase order authority, or the request to increase purchase order authority from Mr. Fagan, who you know I respect you deeply, Mr. Fagan, and your work is, I would use the word impeccable.
No, don't do that.
But the item that I pulled was because I'm struggling still with the fact that we have so many items that are coming to us, or rather the requests. Are we in discussion yet? No.
Through
we
the chair, the
didn't.
item was pulled by
Presented
you,
yet.
but it is actually my item to present.
Well, Madam Chair, she just went to
I
me,
know.
so.
Well, she
Then I
pulled the item,
realized.
yes, sir. My apologies.
So through the chair, I have Mr. Fagan present the item.
To the chairs of the board members. Annually, we always bring to the board, sometime in June or May or June, for a authorized limit for repeat vendors that we buy items throughout the entire year. These can be fuel, these can be computers, these can be hardware, they can be food for the food service program. We base those numbers based on prior year expenditures. School board policy has a rule that says anything over $50,000 must be approved by the board. Well, once you approve it up to that new limit, if I go above that approved limit, I have to come back to the board. So two things usually happen. One, either I have a brand new purchase that I must buy, or what I'm buying starts to hit close to that limit that requires me to come back to the board. Currently, for these 6 vendors, I'm at 90% of that capacity, which means another PO or so is I'm going to be locked, which means I will not be able to buy any more computers, I will not be able to buy any more milk for the food service program, and won't be able to buy any more Glover oil for the generators. This item simply just increases that limit that should we need it to have ongoing services for the district, or buy more computers, or buy whatever we need, that approval is there. It's kind of like if I was going to buy 10 pencils and 5 crayons. Okay, now I'm going to buy 5 pencils and 10, and I'm going to reverse that. I'm going to buy more product A versus product B. The budget is there. Either the budget will be shifted from item A to item B. There is not an over expenditure. No one's going to go in the deficit. It's just a shifting of those funds.
And just to add on to that, this item was brought last year, mostly around very similar items, whether it be fuel or oil or groceries, for lack of a better way of saying it. And prior to that, it was not brought. So this is simple business management. We have made a budget 10, 12, 14 months ago. There has been increases in costs. There's been shifts in terms of opportunities to buy things. You've accepted over $4 million in grant money. Some of those vendors we would use for these specific items, but we didn't know that then. So this is just simply ensuring that when a child has a lunch, he has milk. When a bus goes on the road, it has gas. When we have the opportunity, when funds are available to upgrade technology, we're able to upgrade technology.
Also, if I might add, last year we brought the item 5 times. So I had 5 different vendors last time. This time I'm bringing 6 of them at one time.
Okay. And Dr. Moore, you've presented, so we need a motion and a second to discuss.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Okay, discussion?
May I, Madam?
Ms. Rosario, thank you.
So where does this fit in, Mr. Fagan, in terms of coming to a point where we create a zero-balanced budget, a zero-based budget?
So the chair, a zero-based budget generally starts at the beginning of the year. You come in and say, these are the list of the items that I need for this year. However, the district is a dynamic organization. Things change and things shift. As case in point, Dr. Moore made a comment about a grant for CTE. That was a grant that was recently approved that we did not know we were going to have when we made that zero-based budgeting. So by that grant coming in, I need to buy more computer hardware. That would be an example of where this limit would be increased.
The computer hardware isn't on this one.
Would be under the CDW, as an example.
So we've talked about it. I don't know if Mr. Barefoot was here at the meeting when we talked about it.
It's here.
The $742,000 for this year, and then the prior year, there was $850,000 that was requested for the increase for the purchase authority. Not that we're going to use it, but just that the monies would be there in case we did need it. My concern there is that we are pulling monies to go into this bucket if we need it, that we would not, and then we wouldn't use that money for something else if we needed it. Case in point, the Vero Beach turf. We had to pull monies from other places so that we could say that we can afford new turf, where in this particular, and that's just an example, whereas in this particular situation, we could have had some money, and maybe we won't need the increase. We don't know yet, right?
Based on my projections, the $742,000 will probably consume most of that before the end of the year. But that's a projection.
So I'm just concerned, when do we say enough is enough in terms of extending that limit? I understand the need, I get it. You know, we need milk, we gotta buy milk. I'm not saying let's not do those things. I just, you know, in the spirit of being fiscally responsible, you know, I just don't want us to, you know, be short in an area where, you know, if we're trying to work toward, and we haven't gotten there yet, we're not there yet for sure, you know, a zero-based budget, then, you know, we've got to be able to anticipate, at least the companies, the vendors, would be able to let us know, not overnight, they're going to let us know with time, whether something is going to cost more than what was originally projected. No?
No, but through the chair, if I could clarify, maybe this might help. When we do this projection at the beginning, at the end of the year for next year, so May or June, we're coming in and saying, I need $28 million worth of approved purchases.
Mm-hmm.
And that list has about 28 vendors on it, 22 vendors. That's based on an estimate based on a prior year. It's not necessarily based on an individual by department estimate that I'm going to buy X number of laptops, I'm going to buy X number of projectors, I'm going to buy X number of tomatoes. It's based on a prior year expenditure. Because those project managers probably don't know 100% what they're going to be buying next year. They don't know if they got an increase in money, there's been a rollover, or they're going to get a new grant. So we kind of set that limit as a ballpark. As we go through the year, either prices go up or our demand goes up. If our demand goes up, we still got to provide the service of the product. That's just a matter of shifting funds around within that program to buy those additional products. Or a new grant came in. Oh, I didn't know I got $500,000 for CTE. They need brand new computers at A, B, and C school. No one knew about that. So don't think of it as shifting buckets, just thinking it was an estimate based on a prior year, but this year that program manager could have gotten more money or a grant or there was roll, and now they're going to spend more of it. When we set the first limit, we didn't know anything about that.
I got it. As I'm still in my time, I also pulled it, board members, because I just didn't think that this was routine. We typically put routine items in consent. I didn't think that this is routine. It is not something that is recurring month to month. It is something that has come to us this one time, this year, in this way. So I pulled it for that purpose as well.
Thank you. Mr. Barefoot?
This is standard business practice in any business. I've been in a lot of them. The only thing that's sacrosanct is the budget itself. Moving monies around from one line item to the next based as circumstances change. That's part of a dynamic process of managing, running a business. It's pretty simple. So we've done it in the past, and we will continue to do it. And by the way, if a month from now things change again, Mr. Fagan may come back and ask for another realignment.
Yes.
Ms. Barenborn?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, all the items that you brought forward, I can understand why Ms. Rosario is bringing this item because, you know, you don't want to rubber stamp everything. I get that. But I'm looking at the items that are being brought, and they're all items that kids need this year. So I'm not going to, you know, worry about this particular list. But we have our eye on you. All right.
Dr. Pasca?
Yeah, I mean, the economy's taken a significant downturn where, you know, cost of everything has gone up in the last 2 years. We have to expand your ability to purchase things and keep the work going, so let's do it.
Mr. Fagan, I've seen this happen over the years many times, maybe not with you, but many times. And if we don't do this, what happens?
There'll be certain products and services that we will not be able to purchase this year that could potentially get us behind in next year in any deliverables to the schools.
Okay, any other discussion?
No, I'd like to call the question.
Okay, all in favor of approval
Need a
to...
second. Need a second.
Sorry,
Second.
go ahead.
Second.
Second, Dr. Pasca. All in favor of approval to increase purchase order authority for multiple recurring vendors, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
When you call the question, actually, you vote on whether or not you want to call the question right now, and it takes a 2/3 vote. So you should vote on calling the question first and then vote on the underlying item.
I got a second on the question, so now we're voting on whether or not to call the question.
Okay, all in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Okay. Now, all in favor of approval to increase purchase order authority for multiple recurring vendors, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Okay, 4-1. It carries, thank you. All right, now we're going to our action agenda 14A, and this is a public hearing, but we have a few people who wish to speak. 14A, public hearing and adoption of Neola policy update, policy 2520 and 2522. Jennifer Pippin?
Thank you for allowing me to speak. So this policy is aligned with House Bill 1467, the Parental Rights in Education. It is aligned with House Bill 7, the Individual Freedoms, and also the Department of Education Library and Curriculum Training. We do move to approve this, and it is a much better policy than what we had before. And when we challenged our first book, October 27th and 21, the policy changed 3 times. So I hope that when you guys do approve a policy, and hopefully it's this one because this is good, the people who did the work on this should absolutely be acknowledged in this meeting. The school board member and the district staff that put this together did a wonderful job. Stick to the policy, stick to the people that you all chose for your candidates for the committee, and just one thing that I do want to mention that is not in the policy, it does say that the books have to be read in its entirety. That is the case if they are going to be challenged with the Miller test, the 847.012. But if it's being challenged for pornography and pornography alone, it does not have to be read in its entirety. If there is one picture or one excerpt that is pornographic and that's what it's being challenged for, the book doesn't have to be read in its entirety. If it's being challenged for critical race theory, you don't have to read the book in its entirety. You can look at that one passage or that one picture. Again, if you're looking at 847.012, which is the Miller test where you have to use the 3-pronged test, then you do have to read the book in its entirety because that letter A, you have to read the book in its entirety. And I did bring this up to district staff and also some of the school board members as well, but I just wanted to make sure that was very clear, especially for the committee, and to have it on record because that is in the Department of Education training. And in case people didn't watch the video or didn't engage with that information, I just wanted that to be very apparent. And also for the challenge list, because we are going to re-challenge the books that were on the original list, we did not challenge one book for LGBTQ content. We did not challenge one book like Ruby Bridges or anything of that nature. Our list is public record, and also the district staff has it. We have added books to it. Our work didn't stop because the policy and procedure was looking to get approved. So again, misinformation is rampant, and I really do hope that you approve this policy. And again, the work that was done by the school board member and the district staff on this was superior. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. Maureen Schlosser?
Hello, thank you for this opportunity to comment on policies 2520 and 2522. My name is Maureen Schlosser. I'm an active member of the American Association of School Librarians and the Florida Association of Media and Technology, or in Education. I also have a Master of Education degree in School, Library, and Information Technologies. I was a school librarian for 9 years, and before that, I taught 5th grade language arts. After reading policies 2520 and 2522, I'm compelled to make a few points, but I'm mostly going to focus on policy 2522. Both policies quote Florida statute about how a classroom library is a type of school library and that books will be selected by a certified media specialist. Speaking from experience as a certified school librarian, I could tell you that I would not be qualified to select books for classroom instruction. It takes a different skill set to curate a classroom library that supports instruction. I would need input from classroom educators and the curriculum specialist to develop a collection that sets learners up for success. I would like to propose that the school librarian work with subject matter experts to curate classroom libraries rather than doing it alone. Page 3, under responsibility section, states that any material removed from one school shall be removed from all district schools. This line needs to be deleted. While it may be decided that a book is not a good fit for one learning community, it might be a necessary title for another learning community. Page 4, step 1 states that challenged materials will be provided to members of the District Objection Committee from the current circulation inventory. With 9 members in the committee, this rule would mean that the book will not be available for learners. All books under review must remain in circulation. We can't deny the learning community access to a book because of a challenge. I suggest that the District Objection Committee obtain their books from the library, the public library, or bookstores. Step 1 also requires learners to gain parental approval before checking out a challenged book or a book that's under review. This line needs to be removed because parents already set up permissions for their child with the access to library forms. Requiring readers to obtain another permission is redundant and creates a roadblock to access material. What's missing from the policy is a statement that the school library will remain open while the school librarian is in meetings for objections or curating classroom libraries. We can't deny access to the library or library lessons when the school librarian is pulled for these meetings. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Marsh?
Good evening, Michael C. Marsh, Chairman of Mike for Liberty, as well as we, the really real people of Indian River County. I come before you this evening to talk about Policy 2520 first. And to quote the legendary Rick Meyer, who was once in this district, we talked about Titanic. And back then, Mr. Meyer said, well, because of one scene, what, did we just throw away the whole movie? And then also there was a part in there where we talked about the challenge books. And Rick Meyer also said, well, I don't even believe these people are reading the books. And as we hear tonight, we're going to re-challenge what? Hundreds more books? More work. And for what? How many books do we take off the shelf? We go after curriculum. Subject matter experts, the previous speaker spoke about. Again, these teachers are on the front lines, these media specialists. When did a local fringe group get to be the subject matter experts of our education for our kids? Enough is enough. How much more work do we put this poor staff through to challenge more books? Where's all the parents? Look, all the concern on this item. All this concern for what? We're doing this for how many people? I move on to 2520. We talk about on page 3, on 5F, a person should not be instructed that he or she must feel guilt, anguish, or other forms of psychological distress for actions in which he or she played no part, committed in the past by other members of the same race or sex. It's 2023. Couldn't imagine having to be a teacher. So what would happen if little Timmy raises his hand and asks, so during slavery, what group of individuals was mostly enslaved, teacher? What would the teacher answer? Well, based on this, God forbid we told little Timmy. I can't believe we're reading this in 2023. We're all offended. We're so offended that we can't even discuss our actual history. And on page 5, the process for parents and legal guardians to contest the adoption of instructional materials reads, parent, legal guardian of a student in the district and a resident of the county. I'm confused. So it says and, so does that mean they have to be both? Because I'm so sick and tired of people who have no children in the school district telling me what me and my kids should be able to do. So I asked that question. What does that mean? Does that mean a parent with a student in the district, or it could be a resident of the county? Or is it both? Because I'm confused. And then on policy 2522, it talks about hearing officers. Who's paying for this? How can I be a hearing officer? Stronger together. Who pays for the hearing officers? Because it blows my mind. Cost, fiscally responsible. Who pays for the hearing officers? And can I be one? Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go into the public hearing, board members, any questions or comments?
We did go into the public hearing. It was kind of, it.
Well, I have a question before we go into, Ms. Basura, I took part in the part where the administrators were trained for, and we had our media specialist training that same day in January. And I don't recall, so let me know if I'm wrong here. If you see, you don't have to read the whole book if you just see CRT in one area, or you don't have to read the whole book. I don't remember that being discussed.
It's not the CRT piece. It's not the CRT piece that I think was referenced. It's the alleged pornography or obscenity.
Okay, I'm referencing CRT.
The House bill that deals with individual freedom breaks down language from the state that says unsolicited theories, which they have in parentheses, i.e. to include CRT and levels of social emotional learning. And that is in one of the last couple slides of the training that sets the tone that instructional material reviewers at the state level have to abide by the principles of individual freedom. So that's how it applies to this policy as well.
So what instruction are you giving then to your committee that we chose as far as when these things come up? Are they to read the whole book, or what are you doing?
Our committee at the first meeting will go through two very critical pieces of training, sunshine training, as well as co-participate in that full library media and instructional materials training from the state. So if any questions arise, we'll have district staff on hand to support with answering questions, but we will also have an attorney present.
Okay. Ready? Yes, Ms. Pizarro?
Are we going to allow for, after the vote, are you going to allow for comments after, or would you
Well, I
prefer
know that
now?
he said we're already in the public hearing, but I also was told if anyone wants to speak on it, they speak it at the beginning. That's why I called the people up there.
That's
But
fine. I'm not talking about citizens.
I
I'm
know,
talking
but I
about
just wanted to
board
make
members.
that point clear.
Okay.
I have no problem with it.
So I'll comment now then. The school board's constitutional responsibility is to select and provide adequate instructional material for all students in the school district. Part of the requirements are that school boards are responsible for the content, the library materials, and all other materials, either by adoption or otherwise purchased. The school board must adopt a policy, as we all know here, which we have two before us, regarding an objection by a parent or a resident of the county to the use of a specific instructional material which clearly describes a process, there's our procedure, to handle all objections and provides for resolution. So what we have in front of us is a really good, are two good policies that also include procedures. These have been, we've been working on them months and months and months, and discussed them and come back to them, and in fact, we're actually put on hold, I believe in September or October, for just to wait for the decision on the work group. So we got the decision on the work group, we got the training, incorporated the training into the policy, into the policies and the procedures, and here we are. So I actually am extremely proud of the work that, I want to thank Ms. Besora and Dr. Shafty for the work that you have put into ensuring that, you know, all of the I's are dotted, all the T's are crossed, and that we are capturing all of the required the requirements of the statutes for us. Not only the statutes, but also the Department of Education required training. That was something that we didn't know what would be on the training for the community who didn't know. And so as soon as that came out, you all kind of just ran with it. So that's good, and I appreciate that. We are charged with adopting a policy here regarding an objection for the parents and allowing transparency in that process, and we've done that within these two policies. we must clearly adopt and describe a process to handle those. We've done that within these policies. The process must provide a parent or the resident the opportunity to proffer evidence to the district accordingly. We have done that. And so I am very happy to support these two policies moving forward, and I hope that board members would also support these two policies moving forward as well.
Ms. Berenborg.
Sure. Yeah, we definitely have to put policies in place concerning this, but as was brought up by Mrs. Rosario about the last policy we discussed, she made a point to say, did Neola review it and approve it? So my question is, did Neola review this and approve it?
What other one?
The equity policy. You made that statement. I wrote it down. And you made the comment, do we create board-created policies, or should we be using just Neola policies? So my question is, have we gotten anything from Neola that says that we need to do this? Or what direction is Neola given us, Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, we absolutely have to do this.
Okay, but did Neola give us direction? That was my question.
Through the chair, yes. Do you want to
Through the chair, policy 2520 is a Neola rooted policy. Actually, in the spring updates, there's the update to include the elementary classroom websites has already been embedded in ours.
Okay, but adding the statute in there, did that come from Neola?
That's not this policy, that's the other set of
The other
policies
one.
that are coming.
Okay, the other set, sorry. All right, so my question is, has it been vetted and looked at by Neola?
Yes.
Okay, I'm fine with it then.
Public hearing.
All righty. On January 23rd, 2023, the school board moved approval to set a public hearing date to adopt revised district school board policies. The purpose of the revision is to be consistent with present practice and legislation. Policy change process was followed in accordance with Florida statutes under Florida Administrative Procedures Act, Chapter 120, Rulemaking and School Board Bylaws 0131. This item deals with adoption of Neola policies 2520 and 2522. Dr. Moore, have you documented that the public hearing was properly advertised in accordance with state statutes?
I have.
Okay. We now recess this meeting to conduct the public hearing as advertised. The public hearing is now in session. Dr. Moore, are there any written responses to the advertised public hearing to be read at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, the public is invited to address this issue at this time. Is there an individual representing an organization or his personal or public interest who wishes to speak? The chair concludes that the announced public hearing on the adoption of Neola policies 2520 and 2522 has been conducted pursuant to notice, and that ample opportunity to address the issue has been provided to all. Board meeting is reconvened at this time. I call for a motion.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Rosario, second by Ms. Berenborg. Any discussion?
It's not discussion, but this is the first, it's probably not the only, but the first where we've actually word for word quoted statute as opposed to referencing.
Not this one.
Not this one. I thought it was this one too. It's the
Well,
next one.
It's the next
I
one.
hear you.
Well,
All right, any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, policies carry 5-0. All right, now we are on action agenda number 14B, and we do have some public speakers. And the subject is approval of school board legal firm attorney feedback protocol. Our first speaker, 14B, is Thomas Kenny.
This is the one that's pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
This is in regards, is this thing on? Okay. This is in regards to legal counsel review or whatever. It's been a long evening. I just want to say I received a response from Andrew King, legal counsel up at the DOE, in regards to policy 2522 a lot, and the letter that was sent to the board and legal counsel's response to it. And I immediately phoned him, and we had a long conversation because I had to explain what I sent him was really about, and it was about the decision last winter. And so for the legal counsel here to address it, the untenable position that they put in the email that, you know, we have stuff here that says that you're in an untenable position of violating sunshine, and 2522 takes care of it, and the person who sent you that's erroneous. That wasn't the case, because I wasn't referring to 2522. At the time of the decision last February, parental rights in education law didn't even pass, wasn't signed by the governor, and there was no need to update policy, so 2522 didn't exist. All that to be said, we had a long conversation, and he called back, and I understand the situation clearly because...
Mr. Kinney, if I could interrupt, this is about the school board legal firm attorney feedback. You signed
Yes.
up for that, so you're talking about that.
Yes, I'm getting
Okay,
to my
sorry.
point. So all that to say is there's a lot of stuff, you know, that is questionable, and I think to have this in place is very important. You know, that there's legal feedback, there's job review or quarterly review or whatever you do to review. Because I would say right now, the legal counsel here has put you guys in sort of a position where you have civil suits coming over book reviews. And so that's what I came to discover in all this, and I find that to be sort of disheartening because law's really clear. Administrative Procedure Act, we just saw it right here, is policy 2522 in accordance with the Administrative Procedure Act. At the time in March, for example, our attorney here said that 9130 was not, but it was, because it was tied to an enabling statute in 1006.28, which that letter very clearly outlines. And so I did tell you guys back in December that I would have been doing these things, and I explained my case, and I'm literally, that's what I'm doing. I'm continuing to find and understand how that decision, which I believe was in violation of sunshine, came about and why. And I think there was bad legal advice in all of that process. And so you have to constantly review your lawyer to make sure everything is good.
Thank you, Mr. Kinney. Next person on 14B, Michael Marsh.
Good evening, Michael C. Marsh, father, advocate, community healer. I'm here to talk about the actual item, 14B, which is the approval of the school board legal firm and attorney feedback protocol. My first question I pose as I was reviewing all the documents, I see we make reference to Brevard County. I would ask if we can look at counties like Palm Beach County, Orange County, Miami-Dade County, before we start just looking at one county. I'm not quite sure why we have this fascination of Brevard County. I can only take a guess. So I implore you, let's look at other counties as we are looking at this feedback. Also in board docs, it makes reference to our parliamentarian authority, and if I may read, the parliamentary authority governing the school board shall be the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order, newly revised except as otherwise provided by special board rules and regulations and/or statutes. I sent you guys a letter in regards to Robert's Rules of Order, and I would like you guys...
Excuse me, point of order.
Just a moment. Let's just talk about the school board legal firm.
Okay.
Robert's Rules of Order is on discussion.
No,
So,
Madam Chair, this is a different item.
I'm sorry. School board legal firm attorney feedback. I'm sorry. So just let's talk about that, Mr. Marsh.
Within that, is parliamentary authority not within board docs when you pull up? On board
I would
docs.
say just look at the legal firm and attorney feedback protocol that was on the agenda.
Correct, but on the agenda, there's parliamentary authority that I printed out that was under that same 14B. So unless this...
No, I'll just, if you could do that later, I would
Okay, I'll
appreciate
do it later, no problem. So in conclusion, once again, if we could begin to look at these other counties, that would be great. And in conclusion, I believe when it comes to our firm, the work is good, work will continue to be good, and I'm glad we have our legal counsel in place. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's right, that was an addition, parliamentarian board docs.
All righty. See nobody else on 14C. I want to double check that.
14B.
14B. Okay, Dr. Moore, it says a board member has requested approval to proceed with school board
This-
legal firm
This
attorney
is
feedback.
not my item, this is
Okay.
Ms. Rosario's item.
That's
so
why I'm
she-
checking. It said board member. I didn't know who. Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Ros- yeah, it
That's
was
all right.
Ms. Rosario.
Okay, Ms. Rosario, okay, we have, Chairman calls for a motion to proceed with the school board legal firm and attorney feedback protocol. I need a motion and a second to discuss.
I'll make a motion.
Ms. Rosario, a motion.
Second.
Second, Dr. Posca. All right, discussion, Ms. Rosario.
Thank you. Board members, this is an item that obviously we've talked about for months. There was a workshop where we all unanimously agreed that there should be an evaluation form of legal counsel, and what came out of that was the discussion of what that looked like. And then the superintendent brought forward at that meeting, we all agreed that we were looking for something similar to what Brevard had in place, but the superintendent brought back something that was completely different in December. Since then, we had another subsequent workshop over this item, and I went back and I started thinking about it. And so this feedback here in front of you is really the same thing that the superintendent had recommended in December. The only thing that is different is the option for a board member to provide feedback if they wanted a guide, right? If you want some way to guide your conversation with legal counsel on feedback, it is also no longer called an evaluation. There is compromise there on that. So that somehow or another changed from the first meeting that we had. But the feedback for the summary rating feedback in terms of rubric style, that's also an option. Board members are not, it doesn't say anything about needing to complete that. It's just if you need it there, you can use that as a guide for your discussions when you do have feedback with the attorney. But otherwise, it's pretty much the same thing that the superintendent had in December. So I'm hoping that this would be a good, even compromise for everyone here, and moving forward, I'm hoping for support on this item.
Okay, any other board member comments?
Well, he seconded, so.
Okay, second.
Okay.
You.
I respect that people prefer not to have permanent evaluations in their file and things of that nature. As someone who's constantly evaluated, in fact, even my salary is partially dependent upon patient evaluations most of the time, by evaluation forms that incorporate other people and other things. So if a cardiologist was rude or a surgeon spent 10 seconds in the room, it affects me. So I'm very sensitive to that. At the same time, I think it's beneficial to have some sort of a process for this, as probably every employee in the district gets evaluated. And I think the biggest thing, I think, is that us board members are going to come and go. The legal team is probably going to stay for many years, and we will not leave any kind of breadcrumbs for the new people coming in. So I think it's beneficial to have that available to them so they understand the quality of the council and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Posca. Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. Brevard has a general counsel. It was very evident because that's what it says, general counsel. We don't. We hire a firm. She is not our employee. You mentioned all employees should have an evaluation. You're right. She's not our employee. We have a contract with the firm. So we should be evaluating the firm, not the attorney, because she is not our employee. I have said that over and over again. I agree we do need to have some sort of performance feedback protocol. I looked at the one that the superintendent has that's up here as one of the documents, and I'm all for adopting that one.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Ditto.
Okay.
May I?
Yes, Mrs. Ari.
It is firm. It says professionalism, the firm, verbal communication, the firm, / board counsel, but it has both of those in that particular case because we rely on communication from Mrs. Shattuck, not from the firm. Us, meaning the board. Written communication, the firm and board counsel. Organization and management, the firm and board counsel. School board relations, the firm and board counsel. The school board attorney, that's alone just for her. That's board workshops, board meetings, specific to the function of the board attorney for that particular item. But otherwise, everything else is just firm.
All right, thank you. I'd like to speak to it. When I looked back at the discussion, I did say I liked some of the components from Bavard, and I wanted it to be informal. To be very honest with you, we have a contract with our attorney's firm, and for me, it's real simple. With the board, you renew or you don't renew. You have an action item, you have a board discussion. I'm not in favor of this. I'm in favor of what Dr. Moore sent to us. I think it was December and February, just with the protocol, as Ms. Berenborg said. So I think input is good. I want it to be informal, having those components to discuss. I also said any kind of evaluation, you're always looking at growth, and that's something we could discuss in those components. So I would just be in favor of the protocol that was originally sent to us. It was December and I think February. So any more discussion?
No.
Okay. First, I'm going to do chairman calls for motion to proceed with the school board legal firm and attorney feedback protocol. I have a question on this. Dr. Moore, are we talking about exactly everything that was added in here or just the protocol you suggested? Because that's a little confusing.
No.
Madam,
Oh, I have the question. Thank you. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, the only action I took was based on the conversation we had a very long time ago where I presented the protocol based on the initial conversation the board had. I do think I accurately captured the consensus of the board at that particular time. I presented that. It was on a discussion. Ms. Rosario is now proposing those particular changes. So the item that is in front of you is from Ms. Rosario to approve the document that she has attached as it is written.
Thank you. I just want to be completely clear on that. All right. Chairman calls for a motion to proceed with the school board legal firm and attorney feedback protocol. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay. Fails 2-3. All right.
Next item.
All right, now we go into action agenda 14C. Keep up with this paperwork here. Discussion and approval of modifications for policy 5780 and policy 5780.01. And we have 4 speakers. Ms. Pippin, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to keep it.
Probably dead after a long night.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
We'll get you. Mr. Bass hasn't spoken.
Thank you.
Yep.
His works after 10. Whoa, why is there an echo on that? I'm going to keep it really brief because it's 10 o'clock, but Moms for Liberty Indian River Chapter does support this policy. This is law, this is quoted statute, and we just wanted to thank you for adding this into the policy, and we're in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pippin. David Dinan.
So I just, I was reviewing this, and the comments I wanted to make were that the addition of the exhaustive text first to policy 5780, which is highlighted in green, appears really just to be summary of legislation into policy, and it appears really redundant as many of the points including consent, access to services, questionnaires, immunizations are already covered in sufficient detail in the unrevised portions of the policy. In my experience with policy development and revision, which is fairly substantial but on the medical side, it's never productive or helpful to lengthen policies. That's where you usually get in trouble. The addition of this text only makes the policy more lengthy, more difficult to digest, more difficult to apply. It also makes it less accessible to people who might need to refer to it, including staff, faculty, and parents. When policies strive to exhaustively list examples and requirements rather than giving them relevant framework to execute the policy, they're doomed to fail, usually through inadvertent violations. I think these edits place the district at risk for inadvertent policy violations. It'd be better to provide a simpler summary or just to refer to the legislation. In regards to policy 5870.01, again, the highlighted green text appears to really be just inclusion of the legislation. Again, much is redundant, making the policy longer and less accessible. It should be revised to reduce the redundancy and length by integrating the existing and proposed text, or should merely point to the legislation. So finally, in all my years working with policies, but again on the medical side, it's not really standard to actually include the language of legislation in the policy. Rather, you usually refer to it or you provide a succinct summary. But we don't need to take legislation and then paste it into a policy. It just doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. 14C, Dr. Mara Schiff.
Well, I will say pretty much ditto what Dr. Dinan just said, because most of my concerns are the same as his concerns. Again, we don't need to reference legislation. And interestingly, having just had an entire conversation about how policy repeats in several other policies, to now do the exact same thing on this policy would be completely contradictory of the extensive conversation that was just had on the racial equity policy. As Dr. Dinan also mentioned, it overcomplicates the policy. Does it then require that every time we reference legislation, we put it into school board policies, thus creating policies that are thousands of pages long? Because if we do it for this policy, does that not set a precedent and a mandate that we do it for all policies? Why would we do it here and not elsewhere? In the policy itself, what I'm also not clear about, and the legislation says what it says, and obviously we have to follow legislation. But legislation is sometimes intentionally vague. And then if it is intentionally vague, it falls on the school board to set more specific policies. So in this policy, it specifically references also medical decision-making. So obviously medical decision-making needs to have parental consent. I'm not debating that, and I'm not here to debate that. What I'm not clear about is how some of that procedure and process will happen. Whether or not that's appropriate for this policy or it happens in administrative policy, I'm also not clear. But if, for example, we have parents sign forms in the beginning of the year, do we have a form that says you can administer Tylenol, you can administer ibuprofen, you can tourniquet my student if they're bleeding out? What is the degree to which we have that, so that if there is an emergency, at what point, who is the decision maker? And how do we protect the decision makers who are in the space of making an immediate and sometimes, if not life-threatening, a decision that has to be determined, the degree to which medical care is needed and who is responsible for making that decision? I don't want to see administrative decision makers or teachers or anybody in our district get into trouble because they made a judgment call that they had to do what they believed was in the best interest of a student and could not reach the parent at that moment. So how will the school board address those considerations? The Parents' Bill of Rights is not, it says in this policy, the Parents' Bill of Rights is not exhausted, but unless required by law, the rights of a parent of a minor child in Florida may not be limited or denied. To this end, any employee of the state or its political subdivisions or any governmental entity may be subject to disciplinary action if they encourage or coerce a minor child to withhold information from his or her parent. What I'm not clear about this, and I'm not clear where this decision gets made, who determines coercion? What is the process by which this happens? Is there a review board? Is it who said what? How will this happen?
Schiff.
What will be the process and procedure? Thank you.
Michael Marsh.
Still Michael C. Marsh, proud father of two beautiful interracial queens, advocate, and community healer. I'd like to speak tonight and let you guys know that Mike for Liberty also supports this. Policy 5780, as well as we, the really real people, we also support Policy 5780, and we thank you guys for this policy. I'll go back to page 3 about the Parent Bill of Rights. It's not exhaustive, but unless required by law, the rights of a parent of a minor in Florida may not be limited or denied. To this end, any employee of the state or any of its political subdivisions, same thing we just heard from Dr. Schiff, that's troubling. I want to know that exact same thing. Who gets to decide that, and what does that look like? I think that's a little bit vague. And then, as we move on to parental input in meetings with school district personnel, parents may be accompanied by another adult of their choice at a meeting with school district personnel. I want to thank my advocate, Cindy Gibbs, who's here tonight. We had a great meeting with our ESC department, and this is happening. School board, I want you to know that I was able to get 17 people in a room to be a cheerleader for my daughter, who's an ESC student of this county. And it wasn't difficult at all. And my rights were not infringed upon. So I want to thank that. It started off with Mr. Seymour through the chair, and then with Ms. Dampierre and all those amazing individuals in ESC. And instead of coming up here and discussing the problems, I'm proud that I'm going to be part of that solution as a parent advocate of ESE. I move on to the other policy, which is 5780, and I have a concern. Under where it's video and voice recording, parents have the right to give consent in writing before a school employee makes a video or voice recording. This needs to include any statements. I don't know how or why a student, and I'm going to go more specifically, an ESC student can write any type of statement, and this is okay. So I'm asking that we add some type of language in here. I understand that video and voice recording are important, but we also need to understand these statements. Do you know a child can get themselves into some legalities based on a statement? And then what? So again, we always scream about the Parental Bill of Rights, and I make reference to 1014.03, infringement of parental rights. A child should not be allowed to make a statement without the parent's consent first. And I don't know why this is a thing and this could even happen. The state, any of its political divisions, any other governmental entity or any other institution may not infringe. As far as I'm concerned, that's a problem. And I would like to see that added in this policy. And I go again and say specifically, an ESC student with nobody from the ESC department to be available, that we can allow a child to make a statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. Appreciate everybody's input. All right, next it says Dr. Moore, a board member, is requested to bring forward policy 5780 and 5780-01 for consideration and approval to set the public hearing.
That would be Ms. Rosario.
All right, Ms. Rosario. Dr. Moore, is there a reason why we don't list the board member's name?
Through the chair, there's no reason why I should not. So in the future.
Okay, just to help. I'm thinking it might be,
Yeah.
you want to say something first. Ms. Rosario, thank you.
Do we need to make a motion?
Okay, so call for a
I'm-
motion to approve the modifications for policy
No.
5780.
It's her item to
Madam Chair,
present.
I'm sorry.
I was asking Ms.
I'm sorry.
Shattuck for point of order in terms of, are we in the right place, basically? To make sure that we don't skip a step.
Thank you. Through the chair, so right now, we are on 14C, and either we are having you present it for 10 minutes, or if you are not doing that, then it would be appropriate to take a motion a second and move on to discussion.
Okay, just want to make sure that we are where we're supposed to be right now. Thank you for that clarification. Yes, thank you, Dr. Moore, for putting this on the agenda. This is something that I noticed when going through some of the other policies that we did not update. We needed to update our Parents' Bill of Rights. There isn't anything controversial about what is before you. We adopted the Parents' Bill of Rights as a policy in 2021 based on House Bill 241. What I realized is that last year, 1557, House Bill 1557, when that passed, that is the parental rights in education, that bill was not updated in our policies. And that's when I started to have a conversation with Dr. Moore over, about updating the policy with it. Mrs. Dampierre confirmed that Neola did not update the policies to include that bill, which was last year's 1557, parental rights and education. And so this isn't, we're not setting a precedence of having policies come before us on the same evening. This is just a timing thing. It happened to be the right timing, I'm bringing it forward. We can absolutely put it on an agenda because there's nothing controversial in it. It is, it does very much align with the statutes. It is part of our requirement to include those items in our policy. As the bill states, it is also part of our requirement to provide these items for parents and our constituents within our policies. And so that's what you have before you. I will say, as with regard to Neola, Neola just makes recommendations. Clearly, you can see that as the previous racial equity policy that we had before us was not Neola recommended, and yet the board previous board unanimously approved it. It happens, right? The board can approve any policy that it wants. We also do not have to accept Neola recommendations that come forward to us unless they are statutorily required. So we have the option. That's the beauty of local decision-making. But in this case, it does align with statute. Again, there's really nothing controversial here, and I'm asking for your support on this as we move forward, and I thank the superintendent for his recommendation on these changes as well, including, again, Mrs. Dampierre and her team. Lastly, I don't know if I just mentioned this, but we did, at least Mrs. Dampierre, double check to make sure that there weren't any forthcoming Neola policies on this item, and there weren't. So this is timely. It is being, I'm asking for you all to support this item to go for public comment, for public hearing, and then, of course, next month we can, vote it in.
Thank you, Ms. Rosario. Board members?
Yeah, I guess I'll say that even though this is a bit unusual to add the statute to our policies, and it will not be a normal thing that we do, I think in this case I support it primarily due to conversations I've heard around the state from board members, prior board members, other people in education, discussing how they can violate this law. In fact, even at the FSBA conference several months back, they had a session on Parental Bill of Rights, and the attorney that presented it really did it in a fashion discussing really, that was my opinion, how you could bypass the law using loopholes. So I think it makes sense in this situation to reinforce our policy, make it very clear this is the law, because we're probably going to have issues with people trying not to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Posca. Mr. Barefoot?
I basically agree. It's, as long as we don't, this practice doesn't become commonplace where you've got a state statute word by word as opposed to referencing it.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with this as long as it would put a burden on staff, an unnecessary burden in my opinion. So as long as there's that understanding, there's absolutely nothing wrong with this. It is complicated, and much like the discussion before, sometimes you can either be too wordy or not wordy enough. On this particular topic, it's probably, I won't say it's controversy, but it's particularly comprehensive. And so more detail is better. And I'm usually in favor of executive summaries, but in this case, I'm certainly supportive.
Thank you, Ms. Barrenborg.
Sure. I think it's interesting that we're picking and choosing when things go to Neola and when they don't. Does Neola review a policy that we create? I'm just curious.
In the past, no, if we created it.
So why wouldn't they then update, like you mentioned that the last parental rights in education bill didn't get updated? Why not?
Well,
Did we ask them?
they gave us, all of the policies right now, we're getting a new, we just received another version, which Mrs. Rosario referenced because she happened to be in my office that day that we were looking at the new updated book of policies that came forward, and it wasn't a part of that. This information is from statute. I mean, you don't have to include everything that's in statute in the policy.
I know, I understand why it is for this one, and I'm fine with it. I just don't think we should continue to do this. I just think it's just too much.
All right. Yeah, I've got a few questions. So not too long ago, we were talking about the racial equity policy, and I suggested, you know, that we come together, work it with our community, have it be collaborative. Of course, the board would be involved. And now we're just saying we want to put state statute into a certain policy. So what is it that we're doing here? I mean, in our policy book, you can see that all policies that are aligned to state statute, you have the state statute at the end. So why is it that specifically we're doing this? Am I wrong to say that we should workshop policies, we should talk about it, not just put it on an action item to say this is what needs to be done? This is a very important bill. But if we're going to do that for that one, why wouldn't we do it for every policy that is aligned to state statute? I think it's a bad precedent. You know, it's our responsibility that we really look at this as a board. And I've got a couple questions for Ms. Shattuck. And Dr. Moore, will setting this precedent, will that place an undue burden on staff if all of a sudden we just bring up an action item to say, this is state statute, we want it in that policy, but wait, we don't want it in this policy? How does that work?
Through the chair, and Ms. Shattuck, please feel free to add. As Ms. Dampier referenced earlier, she now has created a process where as we enhance or edit or create our own policies above and beyond the work of Neola, she will have to go back and work with the attorney in order to ensure, as we get books, as she calls them, which are the changes that Neola provides to us based on change in law or statute, we will have to replicate that process with now any policy that we have, which is above and beyond Neola. Is that something the board can do? Absolutely. If it becomes the norm, it is a significant amount of work placed on staff.
Okay, so I'm just saying, of all the policies we have that align to state statute, are we going to start writing the state statute in all those policies?
Through the chair, that would absolutely never be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just saying, why is this any more special than any other policy? We have the policy. We know it's state statute. And all other policies that align to state statute, it has at the bottom. So I just think that, you know, and I'm going to go back to the racial equity one, where I suggested that we work together, not just say, this is it, this is what we're going to do, this is what we should vote on. That we would take it out, listen to our public, listen to our diverse population, and then really bring it together. Now, this one is just saying, okay, we're going to put that in that policy, we're going to put that in that policy, and I don't know why we would do it for that one and not the other ones. It is our responsibility as a board. Policy is huge. And to just say we're just going to add that certain part and not do it for other policies, I think is a terrible precedent. Ms. Shattuck, do you think this is redundant with statute?
Yes, through the chair, it does appear that what is captured here is also captured in statute. Something about that is that state statute trumps what's in your policy. So also you have to follow state statute irregardless. So if something is in statute, then you do need to follow it irregardless of whether or not you also put it in your policy.
So what is added is already in law?
From what I saw, yes, it was already in law. Thank you.
Okay, got a minute. would adding additional content, if it's beyond Neola's recommendation, I'm not saying it is because this is law, compromise us in any way with legal backing of the district as related to policy? That's a general question, I know that.
So I would say, through the chair, that this would not compromise the district, except for insofar as the superintendent already mentioned. It's already been mentioned tonight that you contract with Neola, that they, when there's legislation updates and changes in law, they update your policies accordingly on a schedule, and that staff will have to do extra work to track policy changes that are not Neola ones, because Neola will not be tracking those. So if there was a change in statute where now our policy did not follow it anymore, that would be up to the district staff to be monitoring that and to making those appropriate changes. Thank you.
And just in general, before we have the vote, Dr. Moore, I would really like it, so if someone's just going to say that we need to change policy and you add it as an action item, that we have workshops, policy-making workshops, so that we can collectively discuss what is going on versus it shows up on an action item here. And again, I'm going to go back to racial equity. I wanted to bring that out, bring that to the community. I didn't put it on there saying this is what it should say. And now we're saying, well, we'll just put this in here. And I think it's a terrible
Jared,
precedent.
And I just want to, the racial equity was individually briefed with board members multiple times. It was discussed or provided the opportunity during a board workshop to receive feedback. Truth be told, I did not receive a great deal of feedback, which gave me the indication on which direction to take based on that feedback. This one is new for you. It's being recommended by a board member. Everyone has said where they feel with it. But having the opportunity for the board collective to have conversations regarding the board's policy might be something I place on a workshop so the board can have that conversation. So situations like this, and now there's two situations where we're being very specific and ensuring equal voice in the creation of policy. When I say equal voice from the 5 board members on what that policy should be.
Okay, thank you for my final 17 seconds. You know I gave you feedback on racial equity. I just want to make that for the record.
100%, and always consistent.
Thank you. All right, that's any other board discussion? All right.
May I?
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
I just want to be clear, the statute 1557 are 7 pages long. The bill analysis is 9 pages long. There is no way that every piece of the statute or the bill or the analysis rather, was copied and pasted into what you have before you. The only thing that was placed in the documents that you have before you were the actual rights of the parents. That's it. So I think there's a little bit of, there's an exaggeration of copying and pasting directly from statute, because then otherwise you would have 7 to 9 pages more in front of you that are not there. So this is only the bulleted items that identify the actual rights of parents in education. That's it.
Thank you. No, ma'am, I didn't misunderstand that. I knew that you were putting some parts of that in there, but I'm just still making the statement. If we're going to do it for that one, we should do it for the other ones. That was my statement. I know it wasn't the whole law.
I'd like to call the question.
Okay.
Well,
You need the floor before you can call the question.
Okay.
How did I not have the floor?
Go ahead, Ms. Barrenborg. I'm sorry, Mr. Barefoot, if you want to say something, go ahead.
I just, you know, as long as the exception doesn't become the rule, I'm fine, but you're setting a bad precedent if, in fact, the next time around, we've got to go through the same
Okay.
process.
Ms. Barrenborg?
Yeah, you can call the question anytime
That's
you want,
correct.
as long as you're not interrupting
That's
somebody.
correct.
Thank
That's
you.
correct.
No, you need
That
the
is
floor.
Robert's rules.
Yes.
You need the floor.
No, she can call
need
the
to be-
question without
How
interrupting.
did I not have the floor, though?
Go ahead, Ms. Berenborg, go
Because she
ahead.
called Mr. Barefoot, that's why. No.
Go ahead, Ms. Berenborg.
Okay, I call the question.
All right,
Can I interject? There was never a motion and a
Okay.
second yet.
All right.
So
that's
we
what I was
need- yeah,
trying to do.
we need a
Okay.
motion and a
Chairman calls for a motion to approve the modifications of policy 5780 and policy 5780-01, as well as allowing staff to set the public hearing date for March 13th. Need a motion?
I make a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, we have a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed? Aye. All right, 4-1, it carries. All right, now we are into discussion. And we do have a person to speak on 15A, review of DOE notice on sunshine violation for District Objection Committee. All right, Tammy Bogart.
I read this and did some research because I thought most surely the board could not have possibly been in violation of the Sunshine Law. And while I hope that is not the case, whether intentional or not, it appears to have brought about some litigation from the Florida Citizens Alliance, or forthcoming litigation, which as a taxpayer is just a wasteful use of taxpayer money when it could have been avoided had the board simply followed their own policies and procedures to provide notice and an opportunity for public input. And by not providing that notice, whether it was intentional or not, it gives the appearance of a lack of transparency and a desire to prevent public input. And in my opinion, the only way to cure this or to right a wrong is to repeat this by going back and providing the notice that is required to provide public input. And there's a saying that if you have nothing to hide, you hide nothing. And the appearance is that there was something to hide and that there was an intent to prevent parents or public input in this. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bogart. Michael Marsh?
Good evening. I think what's very important about this is we keep hearing the focus on the sunshine violation. Well, like I told you before, I like to be part of the solution. And let's read the letter where we talk about there is no violation. Dear Mr. King, I have the pleasure of serving as General Counsel to the School Board of Indian River County, Florida. Board, collective. This responds to your correspondence dated February 10, 2023 to Board Chair Dr. Peggy Jones, copied attached for ease of reference. In that letter, you question whether the district has, contrary to law and Board Policy 2522, taken an untenable position that meetings of the District Objection Committee are not subject to the Sunshine Law. As discussed on the telephone today, that is erroneous information, as the district holds no such position. As noted in your correspondence, Board Policy 2522 requires the district's objection committee to meet in the sunshine. Since Policy 2522 was adopted in August 2022, no district objection committee meetings have been held as no objections have been made. Again, there's not one objection. So in order to have sunshine, the district objection committee would have had to meet, correct? I'm no attorney, but I'm reading from the board attorney. If there was no objections made and the committee did not meet, then how would there be a sunshine violation? If the district does not receive an objection, the district is required to and will follow its policy 2522 and applicable Florida law. Follow the law and hold such district objection committee meetings in the sunshine. I believe that this correspondence should alleviate any concerns of the Florida Department of Education. Please contact me should you have any questions. This letter was dated on February 20th, 2023, and this came from your and our school board attorney. So I leave, again, not one objection, not one meeting. How much time was wasted and how much money for our legal counsel now to have had to answer to this? I posed that question. I would like to know how much this cost the taxpayer that we had to, again, chase a boogeyman that never came out the closet. Thanks again for allowing me to speak tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Marsh. That is our only speaker for 15. Okay, review of DOE notice on sunshine violations for District Objection Committee. Ms. Rosario, you have the floor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, board members, I put this on the agenda obviously because we received this, I think February 18th, if I'm correct about that, shortly after it was received. I had a conversation with Mrs. Shattuck because I had lots of questions, as I'm assuming many of you did. One of the questions, because this letter was, the initial letter, I'm talking about the initial letter, was so vague, one of the concerns that I had was, I think, legitimate in questioning what committee this letter, this person, Mr. King, was referring to. The assumption that I came up with after talking with Ms. Shattuck and Dr. Moore is that it is possible, it was possible, that Mr. King, the attorney for the Department of Education, was referencing the library committee that met in January of last year, but referring to the new policy that was approved in August. And so in having this conversation with her, I also recommended that I mentioned that I was going to put this on the agenda so that the board can have a discussion about this, and so the board could give direction to her as to how to respond. For example, I would have wanted her to respond and ask specifically that question. Are you referring to the January committee, but referring an old policy? Because we had a different policy in place in January, not the one that was approved in August. And so referring to that committee not meeting in sunshine, it didn't. It wasn't a sunshine held meeting. It was a committee meeting that was assumed to have been, even as Mrs. Berenborg mentioned in the March meeting, and was also mentioned in other meetings, that it was a fact-finding committee. And Dr. Moore was given counsel that it was a fact-finding committee and it didn't need to meet in the sunshine. Those were the directions that he was given. I had a different view on that when I pulled up policy and procedure, and I brought it forward to Dr. Moore and to Ms. Shattuck, I brought it forward to the board after the February vote, but I brought it before them, Dr. Moore and Ms. Shattuck, before the February 28th vote on the library books, instead we were then told that he had superintendent privilege to do with whatever he wants with regard to policies. Procedures. But we know that we have a policy that's not true. If a procedure is tied to policy, it has to come before the board for a vote. Any other procedure, he has the authority to create. In this particular situation, that was the only reason why I put this on the agenda, so that we can collectively agree. We have previously talked about communication from our council, and that when a particular item, I had an item that I brought forward for discussion at the previous meeting as well, because there was, we were talking about the letter from and to the DOE November to December, that did not come to the board first. We were not aware of that communication from Ms. Shattuck to the Department of Education, a different attorney back then. We weren't aware of that. We were completely in the dark until after the communication happened, even after the superintendent had a meeting at the, or appeared at the Department of Education board meeting to provide an update on that. We still didn't know anything about what that supposed recommendation was, which was ultimately the discussion on the racial equity policy. So in having those discussions about communication with the board on items that are of this nature, this was one of those items that I thought we, collective, needed to provide direction to our attorney on how to respond. Instead, Ms. Shattuck responded without waiting for the board to discuss it, and so subsequently we have what we have here. I have come to understand that when there is a non-criminal violation of sunshine, the law just basically wants to see that we have cured the situation, that we have addressed it, and that we have somehow or another created a new policy that says we will no longer serve in this, out of the sunshine. We will be sure moving forward that we will have this type of committee, and in terms of the library committees or any other committees that come before the board and make a recommendation, serve in the sunshine. And that's how it is, that's how this letter came back from Mr. King, saying from this point forward, you know, the board has addressed it. So he is satisfied the board has addressed it. That's not saying that going back to the committee that it did not, that it did or it did not, that it did not meet in sunshine, because we know that it did not. We've talked about it. We have addressed it in open meetings, so that's not secret. So that's one of the, so that's it. That's why I put this on here, because we needed to address it as a board. It remained on here post the letters that came from Mr. King, or the subsequent communications between Ms. Shattuck and Mr. King. Within that, I will say that I have done some research on the Sunshine Law, and in the Sunshine Manual, it very clearly states that what Mr. King stated in his letter. What Mr. King stated in his letter was that any committee that meets and makes a recommendation to the board should be a committee that meets in the sunshine. If it doesn't make a recommendation to the board, then it should not meet in the sunshine. But if it does, if there is a recommendation that comes forward as a result of the committee meeting, any committee, it could be an advisory board, it could be a regular committee for a particular purpose, it could be a fact-finding committee, it could be a selection committee. Whatever that committee is, if the end result is to bring to us a recommendation, it needs to function in the sunshine. I also found interesting within the Sunshine Law, the inaudible discussions and breakout sessions that occur within certain committee meetings. And we have to be careful that when there is an advisory committee or any committee that meets, that breakout sessions where the members discuss items, for example, at two separate tables, that would be a violation of sunshine. And I'll read it here. This is from Sunshine Law. A school district advisory committee violated the Sunshine Law when it conducted breakout sessions where the members discussed committee business at two separate tables, which meant that members at one table could not hear what was being discussed at the other table, and members of the public could not hear what was being discussed at the sessions. So as a result, even those meetings need to be held in the sunshine. I'll finish here because I know that we're going to have a subsequent meeting on this. I know that we have some policies that need to be revisited as we are discussing committees and how committees function here in the district, so that we are sure to So we can make sure that our committees will function in the sunshine if they bring us a recommendation. I will also add to that, just so that you understand what is in the Sunshine Manual, it does state that the law is clear. An ad hoc advisory committee, even if its power is limited to making recommendations to the public agency, and even if it possesses no authority to bind the agency in any way, is subject to sunshine. Florida courts have determined that advisory boards whose powers are limited to making recommendation to a public agency and that possess no authority to bind that agency in any way are subject to the sunshine law. And that the filter in which we have to look at our committees.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rosario.
Okay.
I'm going to go to Ms. Shattuck, see if you want to make any comments before any other board members.
No, unless there's any specific questions.
Okay.
No
All
comments.
right.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
All right. Dr. Posca, anything?
I'll just say I support the highest level of transparency and having everything in the sunshine.
Thank you. Ms. Berenborg?
There's pending litigation on this, correct?
Through the chairwoman, there is not pending litigation having to do specifically with the DOE letter, but there is pending litigation having to do with a couple of alleged sunshine violations, one of them having to do similarly with the matter of the DOE letter insofar as it pertains to committee meetings having to do with library book objections.
Okay, then it'd be inappropriate for me to discuss that. Thank you.
I guess the only thing I'll say is that letter came directly to me. It wasn't to the superintendent, the attorney, or school board members. I gave it directly to Ms. Shattuck and Dr. Moore. And obviously looked at the email that Ms. Shattuck sent from Andrew King, saying that no further action at this time. And as Ms. Rosario said, we are in litigation in some sunshine, so it would not be appropriate to discuss. Okay, anything?
I think I said that, actually.
What did I say, Ms. Rosario?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, what time is it? 10:40, okay. Thank you.
Could we have a break? It's been 2.5 hours.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break then. Ms. Rosario, do you want to end anything else on this before we move on?
No,
Anything else?
I'm glad for the support. I'm glad for the understanding of moving forward, we'll figure out, I guess, at some point in the future, which policies address the committees so that we can address those, at a hopefully soon, so we don't find ourselves in this position again in the future. So I appreciate the support on that.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Gavel. 10 minutes. That's.
Yeah. items, and then we'll go to board member matters. Our next discussion item is SEL, social emotional learning, brought forward by Terry Berenborg. Thank you, Ms. Berenborg.
It did not get brought forward by me. That would be Ms. Rosario.
I'm sorry. Ms. Rosario, SEL, thank you.
Board members, I don't know if you received your email earlier today. It was not long before our meeting, but we received an email. I received an email from Manny Diaz, the Commissioner of Education. I'm assuming that you all received the same email. It is regarding social and emotional learning and the curriculum called Edgenuity, or Imagine Learning Purpose, PrEP. The email states, thanks to the School Board of Miami-Dade County, the Florida Department of Education recently became aware of content within the Edgenuity Imagine Learning Purpose PrEP Social Emotional Learning Curriculum that upon preliminary review appears contrary to Florida law. Districts and charter schools may be using this curriculum as part of their teaching and learning process. If districts or charter schools are using this curriculum in any way, I implore you to conduct a thorough review to ensure all content is compliant with Florida law. Edgenuity, Imagine Learning's divisive and discriminatory content branded as social emotional learning has no place in Florida's classrooms. So there's another part to it. So I wanted to bring that forward now because one of the downsides of meeting once a month is that our workshops are packed to the gills often, and then we don't really have enough time to get into conversation about items such as these, but this one. But of course, it just came to us. So my question to the superintendent on this particular item is, we have Edgenuity in our district. We have a contract with Edgenuity, or we purchase Edgenuity, correct? Yes. So-
Questions to me. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't know who was going to answer that. I don't know if you received this email yet. If you did not, you will, I'm sure. I can certainly give you this one or forward the one that I have.
I have it.
You have it.
Mm-hmm.
What is the plan, or what do you propose would be the plan moving forward regarding this particular item that was brought forward to us and social and emotional learning in general?
Through the chair, as you referenced, the letter came from Miami, so I know a guy or two in Miami. So just getting additional information, we do have Ingenuity. We use it for course recovery, which is the major platform in which we use that. That's all aligned to specific content, aligned to the standards. We also use it for the 5 hours of required instruction for mental health. And what we have done in the selection of those units or lessons is to preview them in order to ensure it is aligned. What I did today after receiving that letter is ask Ms. Dampier to once again, in an abundance of caution, re-review those lessons in order to ensure that the 5 hours of instruction, which would be loosely related to social emotional learning, it's the mental health, that we are in fact in a positive place for that. So once Ms. Dampier completes that second review, I'll inform the board if there are any changes in what we did in terms of being proactive.
And thank you for that. And would this be the only curriculum that we have that contains social emotional learning in this particular, like this particular item? You know, in terms of curriculum?
Through the chair, I think the answer to that question would be no.
Okay.
I think social emotional learning, what social emotional learning captured or spoke about a year ago versus now are different things.
Right.
It's, I think the state's concern, as would be everyone's concern, using any kind of platform or a device or content to push an ideology onto a student that would be deemed inappropriate, aligned to state law. So that's the eye in which we look at those particular programs at the beginning of the year. So we have a deeper understanding as to where to look with these 5 hours. The way Miami was using that product and the way that we are using it is in fact different. But we do want to hedge our bet and make sure that the courses that we have turned on are in fact 100% crystal clear, no objections in terms of what we're seeing in those content areas.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know if board members want to add to the discussion.
I do.
Go ahead, Ms. Berenborg.
Okay. As soon as I read that, I actually went up to Dr. Moore's office, and he was out and about, but Dr. Jacobs was there, answered my question immediately. I appreciate that, letting me know that it's been immediately looked at for review, and so we're making sure that we're well within our rights to follow the law. So I appreciate that. Thank you for being very, very quick about that.
Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Berenborg, cell phones.
Yes. There are two things I wanted to bring up tonight. One was cell phones. I brought this up at the discussion that we had in the last workshop. We have a policy. It's policy 5136, and it's a cell phone policy, or shall I say communication devices or other devices policy. And the concern I have is I attended the last what's the matter? Okay, the last Code of Conduct Committee meeting, and there was a lively discussion at the table I was at, and I was listening. There was a principal there, there was a parent there, there was a citizen there, and they were discussing whether or not the cell phone policy should be stricter. I'm an advocate for being stricter. I'm going to be just real honest with you. You know how I feel, Dr. Moore. We have an opportunity and a duty as a board to stop bullying and to decrease fights. And every single time there's something that explodes, it's because a video set somebody off or social media set somebody off. It's just out of control. And so what can we control? We can control policy. And the policy that we can control is what we do about cell phones. So there was a discussion back and forth, I guess, because I spoke to you today about the principals and that, they don't make policy. They can suggest policy, they can say this is what we do, and we can make policy, but then it's ultimately their responsibility to follow through with it. And my feeling is sometimes things aren't followed through the way I think they should be. And I get that a principal's in a tough call. I was in that tough call. What do you do about every single thing that comes towards you? But I think it's to the point now where board members are hearing about fights and we're hearing about, these videos that are going out. When a student takes a video of another student without their parents' permission and puts it on social media, that's against the law. And yet I asked, what are we doing about that? Well, the first thing is to talk to them. It's against the law, period. So why are we doing that still? Why are we okay with kids breaking the law? And I'm not saying throw away the key, but there needs to be some sort of middle ground. And it's about when the cell phones can come on, when they can come off. I would like to see some data from our middle schools, especially middle schools, because that's where I'm hearing a lot of it. High schools too, but middle schools a lot. The data of the four different middle schools, it's late. Why is it that there's one principal that has a very strict cell phone policy compared to the others? And I don't personally hear about as many problems at that school. I don't know if it's just because I'm not hearing them or I'm not looking for it, but I don't hear about it as much. And I'm wondering if that has anything to do with it. That's a strict cell phone policy. They can't be out except for the beginning of the day, end of the day, period. And if that's the case, why aren't we learning from that? I forwarded to Ms. Esplin a video to have you all see. That video was very informative. It was before the Florida Education Employment Committee for the House of Representatives for the state. and it was Dr. Nicholas Carderas, and he was discussing the impact of technology addiction that it has on students, and their behaviors and their outcomes. If you don't think violence has any sort of impact on kids, you're crazy. That's why they have certain age limits for some of these violent video games, things like that. So when he was referring to what the technology does, the addictiveness of the technology to our kids, I witnessed that recently. I saw a 15-year-old girl that was just hired to fold towels at that was one of her jobs, was to fold towels at a place where I was. And I watched her. She could not fold one towel without checking her phone 3 times. It was really sad. It was constant. It's an addiction. And we are in the seats where we can actually do something about this. And I think we need to be really strict on this. And I'm hearing that people don't want to be as strict, and I get that their precious babies have to have cell phones. I get that. If we had them when my kids were, cell phones were there when they were young enough, I probably would want them to have a cell phone too. I get that part. But I think they're to the detriment now of social media is creeping into their lives constantly, and it's becoming a serious problem. I think that we need to stand up now for kids. Devices cause social media scandals or challenges which cause bullying, fights, disruptions in class. A teacher told me the other day, they're not allowed to check their phones when they're in the classroom, but they're allowed to check them when they're in the halls. So they'll notice somebody posted something nasty about them or said something mean about them, and all of a sudden it comes into my classroom and it explodes. So why are we letting them do that in between class changes? Distracted students do not learn. Teachers are being targeted as well. And I don't think that's being followed through enough with what's going on with our teachers and how they're being targeted by kids. It has to stop. And I encourage everyone to view that video that I sent. And I asked the superintendent if he would make that available on our website or somewhere, because I think once parents realize what an addiction this thing is, they'd have a different opinion about the rules that might be in place. I, for one, would like to see a stricter policy when it comes to, when we look at the student code and conduct and it comes to us, I'm going to be looking at that cell phone part. And it needs to be strict. Middle school concept, that was my second one, unless somebody wants to talk about that.
Any comments regarding cell phones? Mr. Barefoot? Ms. Rosario?
I know that we're going to have
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but if I can interject, I was told that there may be some citizen comment that wrote down they wanted to speak to the discussion items that we haven't been calling. Do you
On the
have
cell
any
phone?
of those citizen comment cards?
I've got them all, and the only one I have left is Mr. Marsh for Robert's Rules. I'm sorry, okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see that, Mr. Marsh. I had 47.
Put all items?
So if you wish to speak, then what one did you want to talk about, the SEL or the?
SEL as well as, I believe I heard vaping and cell phone and Robert's Rules.
Okay, well, we've just done the SEL, so if you want to speak about that first, and
Sure.
then, and I'm sorry, I just had you for Robert's Rules, I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
Once again, Michael C. Marsh, father, advocate. Social emotional learning, what is it? Well, it's the process of developing a self-awareness, self-control, and interpersonal skills that are vital for school, work, and life success. But also, it's just as bad as equity, because we're going after that as well. What is the curriculum? Well, social emotional learning describes the mindsets, skills, attributes, and feelings that help students succeed in school, career, and life. At its core, SEL focuses on students' fundamental needs for motivation, social connectedness, and self-regulation as prerequisites for learning. The 5 core SEL competencies are self-awareness, self-management, social, oh, is that Snoop Dogg? Okay. So, we still got time, okay, social awareness, relationship skills, responsible decision making. Now, how is this taught in elementary schools? Because we're doing it, right? We're encouraging positive self-talk, self-awareness and self-regulation. We're learning about students' interests, random acts of kindness, writing a story together, morning questions. How do these teachers incorporate in the classroom? Start the day with a student check-in. We're doing that, and it's a great concept. Create opportunities for partnering and group work. We do that. Nurture a culture of kindness. We do that. Build social, emotional vocabulary. Include reflective writing. Incorporate a calm down corner. Allow time for talking. Teach mindfulness. Again, SEL, just like equity, it's not bad. I don't know why we're even discussing it. We need it. There's no other words to even say about it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And Mr. Marsh, go ahead now with the cell phones, I'm sorry, and then we'll continue with cell phone discussion up here.
So just quickly, my main take, I understand we want to be strict. And I too went to a few of the code of conduct meetings, which were great, the input. But I just want to be clear that when we're looking at these harsh punishments, let's make certain that we're not giving a record. Because we do live in the state of Florida that is not a second chance state, if you do any research on clemency. So when we talk about the cell phones and vaping, let's just make sure that the punishment fits the crime. And I get it. It's not right at all that a student would take out the cell phone. They should all be guilty of something. But let's make sure that we're handling internally at the school district level. And now let's not get law enforcement involved unless they need to. Obviously, certain acts, obviously it should be criminal. But let's make sure we explore diversion programs. We have many of them with juvenile justice. Let's just look at all avenues first because it's gonna affect these kids. It's gonna affect them if they wanna go in the military. It's gonna affect them for any government job. So let's just make sure that now we're not giving these permanent records. It's very important. But I implore you, involve DJJ in these conversations. That's what they deal with. They deal with these type of things. And I implore you all, just watch a short video on clemency before we discuss these harsh punishments. And I agree, there needs to be punishment. It's disgusting with these cell phones. I get it. But let's just make sure that the punishment fits the crime, so to speak. Thank you. Want me to do Robert's rules while I'm here?
No, we haven't done that yet.
Let me say one more thing before we.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Beerenborg, and then we'll bring it to the.
Yeah, he brought up a good point, and that is, I don't agree with throwing away a key on a kid. But I do think that kids assume that when a teacher says, or administrator at the beginning of the year says, and I heard an administrator say, you'll get in trouble. What does that tell a kid? Versus it's against the law, don't do it. That's a little stronger. Now, the question I asked was, if a child does take a video of a child and post it to social media, what happens? Oh, well, we confiscate their phone, we talk to them and talk to their parent, blah, blah, blah. It should be a mandatory parent has to come in and have a conversation. And then there has to be some sort of punishment. It can't just be a conversation. It has to be some sort of punishment to realize you broke a law. Because I'd rather a kid learn the punishment that way than learn it in the real world. And I'd rather that they learn what's right and what's wrong, and it won't ruin their record, versus ruin their record when they're older. Okay. So we've the bullying thing, it's continuing with, even on teachers. Taking a picture of a teacher's backside and put it on a website is wrong. And yet kids aren't getting punished for that. That's wrong.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Beerenborg. Mr. Barefoot?
Nothing to add.
Ms. Rosario?
I agree. I also know that we're going to have a meeting and an update on our code of conduct. That would be another appropriate time for us to collectively continue this conversation then.
Just a few comments. I left the principalship right when cell phones were becoming the thing. We just took it, the parent picked it up at the end of the day, and it didn't happen more than once. It wasn't an issue, but if you have time to watch that video Ms. Beerenborg shared, it's excellent. It is an addiction, and taking a cell phone from a child now is not the same as it used to be. And with the code of conduct, I just sat in on one meeting and listened to the principals. And whatever we do, we've got to make sure that we support our principals on whatever that is. We don't box them in. And also, we will need great parental support, because I can tell you right now, that's all administrators would be doing on write-ups on cell phones. And somehow we've got to work that together with our community. Not used during the classroom, not used at this time, whatever it ends up being. We've got to work together because, again, we understand why students have cell phones today. We understand that. But they should not be part of the interruption of schools or doing things they shouldn't be doing with cell phones. And yes, we do have to get stricter. And I just want to make sure whatever we do, we support the principals, because the minute the phones are taken or they get this and this, calls to the superintendent, calls to school board members. So it's got to be a community effort, whatever it is. Okay. All right, our next one, Ms. Berenborg, is middle school.
Right. Middle school. So I taught middle school for 6 years. I teach it still online. It's different when you teach it online than when you have the kids in the classroom. But I also taught in a K-8 school, and that experience was a little different. At first, I was worried about the 8th graders being around the little kids and everything else because there's such a big difference, but I realized right away, and I was at a really, really rough school. It started out rough, and it didn't end up rough, because we watched those kids, the older kids, develop into older brothers and sisters and be guiding of the younger children. And having been at the same school for many, many years, all the teachers knew them. It was like a big family. And there is a really good positive to K-8. And we should learn from that concept. You know, I'm hearing most of the concerns that I've heard about in the last couple of months have been our middle school issues. And I know, I worked with those kids, you know, the hormones are flying. And anytime somebody says something, it immediately has to be reacted to that way, fast. So knowing those children and what they're going through, sometimes it's impulsive and they don't mean to be, but they are. That's just them. And if you've never been really trained to work with middle school kids, you know, there's an art to it. Teachers will tell you, I was cut out for either high school, elementary, or middle school. And I went right to middle school out of college. And I didn't think I was going to do it, but it was a wonderful experience. I just think those 3 years that the kids go, they're going to change from 5th grade, then 6th grade, and then we're changing them again to 9th grade. It used to be they changed again from 8th grade. Well, the flick, there you go. We go from 8th grade to 9th grade to 10th grade. We're making all these changes in the years that they're going through all this change in their body. And I just think we need to look at it. I'd like to ask for a study of the K-8 concept to see if it decreases behavior issues.
Okay. Mr. Barefoot?
Nothing.
Ms. Rosario? Okay. I was in the middle school, junior high for 24 years, and you really had to love it, and I loved it. Brought the middle school concept to Gifford Middle School when I opened it, and that was teams, 100% teams, plus personal plan, and it was wonderful. And then I brought that to the high school. I love the middle school concept, especially if it's done right, but I also am very interested in K-8. I have not taught in that or had any administration for it, but I think that's what we talked about at one time when we were looking at capital plan a couple years ago and what our schools could be. So thank you, Ms. Berenborg, for bringing that up. Okay, our last item, Robert's Rules, and Mr. Marsh, you have the floor.
Good evening once again. I just want to make mention that Robert's Rules of Order is right in policy 0161 that was adopted back on August 13th of 2013. Clearly states that parliamentary authority governing the school board shall be the most recent edition of Robert Rules of Order, newly revised except as otherwise provided by special board rules and regulations and or statutes. I want to discuss the fact that I listened that a board member would like to bring in someone, hire someone named Barbara Proctor to negotiate a fee to hire. Board, I'm asking that you vet these people, okay? Because this is very problematic. Again, there's no partisan politics, there's no room for it. This is an individual, okay, that has been touted by a local small little fringe group, and we want to bring this lady in. This is problematic. So I ask that you guys consider other Robert's Rules of Order experts here. And I didn't even know that a board member can negotiate any type of fees to hire. I thought that would be something that would come through the superintendent. So again, and this was during a publicly recorded meeting. I am currently waiting on public record requests since this was done in official capacity by a board member. I've yet to get it, but I'm sure eventually I will. So again, I leave you tonight with the fact that there's no room for this disgusting political pandering that we've seen now for years. It's got to stop. So please vet whoever this person is, and let's look at other individuals if we even need it. I don't even know why we would need an expert to come in if we have the board attorney. It baffles me. So thank you very much, Madam Chair and the board.
Thank you. Since it's my item, I just want to say a few things. Thank you to Ms. Shattuck for being parliamentarian. When you have a 6-hour meeting, it's tough when you have 47 action items or 47 citizen input. Some are regular, some are action. Actually, when I became board chair, I did training with the FSBA, and I had some online training about 1.5 years ago. But believe me, I'm always a lifelong learner. If we can learn anything as a board or I can learn anything as a chair, that's fine. And I am going to recommend to Dr. Moore a couple other people. One is FSBA. The other person I have not talked with at that time. So, and then I would like to see, obviously, letters of reference, training that they have provided to school boards, certification, obviously, and then obviously the board can decide on it. I don't think we've set any dates for any training yet. I haven't received anything. And obviously other board members can recommend others, and then we as a board collectively can decide. The FSBA has a they're a supporter of public education. And as people who sit on this board, we are here for our 14,500 students. So I will be recommending at least one more person. I haven't heard from her for sure, and maybe two. And I just wanted to bring that up as a board because I really think it's important that we also have an outline of the proposed training so we know what we are wanting so that I can improve as chair and that as a board we can make sure that we collectively do our best to follow Robert's rules. So that's one reason I brought it up. Any other discussion? Good?
No.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I thought you were going to ask for someone else if they wanted.
No, go ahead.
One of the things that I wanted to mention with regard to Barbara Proctor is there's nothing political about this. There's no political pandering going on. Barbara Proctor is a very well-respected professional parliamentarian. The idea of getting a professional parliamentarian is someone who is the expert in Robert's Rules, not someone who has had experience on a board. Our attorney is our parliamentarian, but she is not an expert in Robert's Rules of Order. That is something that she has said herself. Most attorneys are not experts in Robert's Rules of Order. So there's this whole, rhetoric and the false statements that are being, slung around is just not true. There were no negotiations on my part. It was just a simple question, how much do you charge? And she told me how much she charged. It's very simple. There were no negotiations, and I was very transparent with the board, brought it forward. I mean, we've even reached out already to her to ask for certain dates. I think it's very unprofessional of us, when the board at a duly noted meeting gives consensus to an item, then it's up to the superintendent to move forward with that item. We have the right to bring an item back. In this case, this isn't a voting item, this is just based on consensus, but we've already moved forward. He's already moved forward in the process of getting Ms. Proctor in. If we were to discuss having someone else come in, I would prefer that it be a licensed professional parliamentarian, not someone who thinks they know the rules or has had years of experience in it. The idea is to get the expert. years of experience, non-political, it has nothing to do with anything else, and there is no, side agenda. Robert's Rules is Robert's Rules. It is based on the book that we all have. There can be no other interpretation about it. So I just think that we already have given direction to the superintendent and to his staff to move forward. I just recommend that we just move forward.
I agree 100% non-political. And I'll look back at the notes again. And again, I said I'm a lifelong learner. I don't mind doing this, but I don't think there was any kind of vote or anything that said that this will be the person, because I started thinking of FSBA in my training, and that's why I brought it up.
May I respond? Because I think it's still, I don't know whose turn it is. May I
I'm
respond?
fine. I don't need 3 minutes.
I respect FSBA. I respect the training that they provide, but they are not experts in it. And the training that you have been given, Dr. Jones, with all due respect, clearly after tonight's meeting, we know that we need help in it. We need an expert to come in and guide us in Robert's Rules, not FSBA, who only give one handout and say, follow these cheat sheets. So with all due respect, it's needed.
Okay, and with all due respect, I think FSBA does have good training. I would have to check to see if they are absolutely certified and I understand that. But yeah, it's been a long meeting, and with 40-some things that were going on, but I'm going to continue to look at other people, and then the board can decide. That is my opinion.
Well, the board already decided. That's the whole thing.
I don't think there was a vote or consensus or moving.
There was
I know
consensus at
there
the
was a
last
vote. There
meeting.
was a vote on moving forward with training, that's for sure, or talked about it. But, Mr. Barefoot, do you want to add anything?
I just said enough.
Okay, all righty.
Jesus Christ.
Dr. Moore, anything
So
else
through
on
the
that?
chair, we did have a discussion at the last meeting. In the absence of voice leads to consensus. So if there's a desire to move in a different direction, no date has been set. We're still trying to verify with all 5 board members availability.
Okay.
So we haven't gone to a space in which we can't pull it back. But I do not want to have myself in a situation in which I'm receiving 2 different directions. So the board is, there's 4 board members here. If it is to put out a request, I would like to hear from other board members so I have the appropriate direction to take, and I'm not putting myself in an awkward position.
Okay, Ms. Barrenborg?
No comment.
Mr. Barefoot?
See, it's always good to find somebody, an alternative, and then you can put forth the pros and cons of one versus the other.
Okay. All righty.
But
I'm sorry,
are we
you
talking
wish to be
about?
recognized?
Yes.
Okay,
Are
thank
we
you.
talking about just anybody? You can't just vet anyone for this
Why
training.
not? If they're certified, you certainly
But
can.
it has to, but that's my point, is that we have to give direction that it has to be certified. Someone who is a certified professional.
Correct. And I
Because
said they had to
otherwise
be
you'll get
certified,
someone
right.
She
else
already
from-
acknowledged that. Can we move on to your
Yes,
next
you
item?
said
We need to
certified.
make that clear, and I'll tell you why. Because then Dr. Moore goes back and says, my team interpreted what happened at that meeting differently. And it happens all the time. If we are not clear, yes, it does. If we are not clear as to what the expectations are, it morphs into something completely different.
All right, we're clear on the expectation, the person should be certified. Okay, we're clear on that, Dr. Moore?
I heard the person has to be certified, correct. Did I hear experience with the board? Did you say that?
An
Dr.?
experienced, certified professional parliamentarian.
Got that, Mr. Fagan? All right, we're on it.
All right, now we're at board member matters. Anyone like to begin? Sure, okay.
It's been a while since we met. I went to Judge Science Fair for the secondary, or elementary one is coming up. The secondary fair was good. I want to see more kids participating. I ask the superintendent every week the same question. What is it, Dr. Moore?
It's 11:20.
The question is,
The science.
how are we coming along with a level 2 lab for both
hoods,
high
which is-
schools?
I got it, the hoods.
The hood, yeah. It's not the hood, it's the hoods that you put over
Oh, I
the
said-
ventilation,
Yeah,
right,
the
okay.
hoods, which
Right,
are,
okay.
we
So-
have them in the schools, we just need to make sure those teachers are aware of them.
And have access to them.
Correct.
All right. So science fair is good, but it can definitely be improved as far as the numbers go. Downtown Friday, the board members participated in that. It was very cold, but it was good. I'm sorry I couldn't go to this last Friday. I was a little incapacitated. Vero Beach Elementary had a little science fair that I attended, and so did a lot of very interesting people that were judging. She really did a good job getting a lot of people out. Wow, those kids were prepared. It's so nice to see elementary teachers just getting into something like that, and the kids were so excited to present. I know science fair can be overwhelming, I know, I've done it for years, but when you have the opportunity for kids to be able to speak to an adult and have the adult listen to them, it's kind of a neat opportunity for them. Safer Family Fun Fest was awesome as usual, and it's nice to see that continue to go and grow. And then Sebastian River High School CTE Exploration Experience. The video we saw tonight was of that. It was not of the gala, but it was of that. And I got to go, and it was just wonderful. I learned some things I didn't know about CTE, so I'm so glad I went there. And then Gifford Middle School Mascot and Colors happened, and that was a wonderful experience. I know, Dr. Jones, you and I participated in that, and it was nice to see people get so excited about their high school colors coming back. And then ESE PAC meeting. So I wish more parents would come to those. I wish more parents would understand their rights for, not just parental rights, but their rights for ESE and what their children, what the meeting looks like, what all the acronyms are, that sort of thing. I think we need to do a really good job of getting down to the school level to help parents understand what their rights are as far as their kids in those meetings that take place. And that's all I have.
Mr. Barefoot?
The only thing I would offer is the MPO, meets once a month. Big topic of conversation, besides bike safety, because there's been a few more accidents of late, is really the intersection of US 1 and Aviation Boulevard. And all the activity there, it's in part hospital-related. There's a lot of conversation going on, but whatever the ultimate solution is, it's several years off, and it'll probably change a number of times. The ideas will continue to change, but other than that, I have nothing further.
Thank you. Ms. Rosario?
I went to the executive roundtable meeting, and of course, there are conversations centered around communities that care, creating a vision statement for communities that care. So that is still ongoing, and then at the next meeting, they will come back with a proposed vision statement. The other thing that is coming up is STEAM Fest. So I'm trying to find the website. STEAM Fest is this Saturday, March 4th. It is something that I look forward to every year. It is on at the IG Center from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. Indian River STEAM Fest is hosted by a small homeschool co-op, but they do a fantastic job. There are 65 plus hands-on STEAM exhibits, live shows, immersive virtual reality, arts, conservation, science, obviously, and hands-on experiences that children and adults will all love. We do have some schools that are participating this year, and I'm excited about that. So Dr. Moore, can you please let us know which schools are participating in STEAM Fest?
So through the chair, we have 6 schools. Off the top of my head, I don't know which 6 elementary schools they are. Ms. Besser is feverishly going into her laptop if it's still working. In addition to those 6 schools, we also have an art display, which is made up of each of our elementary schools, where it's an art room or an art gallery, for lack of better way of saying it. So we will be well represented between the culmination of all of the art that will be on display from our elementary schools, as well as the 6 specific schools. And I'll email the board which 6 schools those are, unless she's
As she
got it right.
looks it up, yeah.
Right.
It's really, really fun. If anyone in the community is free on Saturday, or you have children, or even if you don't and you just want to go and support, please just do that, because it is wonderful. It really is. There are tons and tons and tons of activities. Something that I mention every year that stood with me the very first time I participated in STEAM Fest was dissecting a squid.
Okay.
I didn't even do it. My son did it, but I've wanted, it's just, it was something that I wanted to do, right? I wanted to take the squid away from him. But they, all the kids in the room, they dissected the squid and they used the ink of the squid to create ink art. It was just fantastic. It was gross, but it was fantastic. There's also the Florida Institute of Technology that comes from, I believe, from Brevard. They come down, and there's a race car, and the kids can get in the race car. I mean, it's really, really fun. So please come out and support them. Please do your best if you can. Again, community members, I don't know who's watching at this time, but if you're reviewing this video tomorrow, save the date for March 4th. The other thing is, let me get my website up, is the Agnes Peebles Memorial Scholarship. The deadline for that is fast approaching, March 13th at 5 p.m. I know that we have a lot of notifications of things that are happening on our website, but this is one of those that I thought was important to mention. It is for females only, and it is a scholarship for seniors. So if you are interested, of course, go on our website and take a look at that. It is the Agnes Peebles Memorial Scholarship application. It is due again on March 13th by 5 p.m. to Miss Nancy Esplin. So that's nancy.esplin@indianriverschools.org.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
The schools would be Glendale Elementary, Dodgertown Elementary School, Treasure Coast Elementary, Pelican Elementary, Rosewood Magnet School, and then Gifford Middle School will be representing our middle schools.
Thank you. Just a few things. I went to the county commissioner meeting past Tuesday in honor of Black History Month. They recognized Dale Dawkins and William Holt, 2 Gifford community members who continue to give back in many, many ways. Thank you to Mr. Browning and Mr. Brown for the proclamation today, and thank you to the school board for supporting that proclamation. The career fair for 8th grade at Gifford Middle and then Storm Grove Career Fair were both excellent. I attended both of those, and the community partnerships that were there were wonderful, and the students were having a good time, and they were very, very orderly and asked great questions. The DSEG order work group, still working. We have good dialogue, working on key performance indicators, and we are moving forward. A lot of you have been given notice about the Literacy Summit on April 13th. That is held basically in alliance with the Learning Alliance and MCAN, and we're all bringing business partners. We have at least 100 people attending, so I hope you can get there. I also hope that we will continue to talk about the Moonshot School and support, which I know Dr. Moore will bring to us as we begin to move forward with that in the Learning Alliance. With Ms. Berenborg and I being at Gifford Middle, I had the pleasure of opening Gifford Middle School in 1995, and then having the program with Gifford High mascot and colors was absolutely outstanding. I'm not sure if that video ever made it to our website, but the history in that video is just outstanding and unbelievable, and this is something our students can learn. Took part in the Sebastian Elementary Door Contest for Black History on Friday. Mrs. Hart did a great job. The students came out and presented each of their Black Americans they chose to honor, and I got to judge kindergarten, and it was excellent. I also visited Dodgertown, the community school there. Great visit, what they do for our community and the partnership that we have. And then just a very, very special thank you to all of our teachers, support staff, district staff, and administrators. This is always a hard time as you approach into spring break, and I know people are tired, and still a lot to do with testing and end-of-school activities and grades, but thank you for all that you do for our community and our students and our parents. And at this time, unless anybody has anything, I'll adjourn the meeting, 11:30.